The Horrible Gamers podcast may contain content not suitable for all ages. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Horrible Gamers podcast, show number 454, being recorded on April 1st, 2024. I'm one of your hosts, Jesus Gonzalez, also known as Jesus Walks Out. Today I'm joined by my friend and co-host from the West Coast, the best coast, Gunny and Mayo is back. Welcome back, Henley. Welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Howdy. How's it going?
It's going good, man. It's been good. Got my eyes checked out today. I'm good to game.
Good to game. All right, good. And from Little Ohio, the Mayo is back. Steve Willier. Welcome back, Mayo. Welcome.
Hey, what's going on? Happy April Fool's Day, right?
You're a fool.
That's right. Happy April Fool's Day to those who celebrate. I hope y'all had a good Easter Sunday. And yeah.
I didn't even realize until midday today. Like I happened to jump on Facebook or something, and I seen something post on. I was like, "Oh yeah, I guess it is April 1st already, isn't it?"
Yeah, it seems like this year, though. I don't know what it is, but it seems like this year, not a lot of jokes been going around. Not a lot of pranks.
I just saw a few on the Twitter X, and it did throw me off this morning because I had forgotten it was April Fool's Day.
Well, wasn't there one about like Elon Musk buying Rockstar or some shit? There was one about that, about Elon Musk buying Rockstar Games or whatever. And then there was some other ones, but I mean, nothing crazy. I think one other one that I saw was the new games for Game Pass for the month being like fucking all the canceled games that Xbox has. so like Fable Legends and some other shit. It was like all these canceled games that they have. It was like, oh wow.
Yeah, on my local news at a thing, I guess they said because of the eclipse we talked about next week. That's 1 week away from tonight, and they joked on there about don't worry if you miss it, they're going to reschedule because it might rain. They said they might reschedule to the Monday of 2099. You know.
Oh shit. Well, welcome to the show, people. We are here. You can follow us on the socials at X @_horrible gamers. You can find us on Facebook. You can find us on Discord, which is probably the best place to find us. I don't know about the Facebook group anymore. I mean, it's there. I just never use it anymore. But I mean, it's there. So I don't know. What do we do with that? Should we just get rid of it?
What I thought I was the only one that doesn't use Facebook. I mean, I use Messenger a lot, but I don't go on Facebook proper.
Do we just delete it? What do we do with that group?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's some people there that are not on Discord.
Yeah, we need to get them on Discord. Get on Discord if you're just on Facebook. I might delete Facebook group eventually. I don't know. Seems like no one's using Facebook these days. That's what I'm saying, is it? So it's a dying platform, man. We gotta
using
move on.
the Facebook. I still call it the Oculus, but
we got to use the TikTok.
Still that part of it.
Can we? Are we going?
I don't know.
Get rid of TikTok?
Oh, that's true. It might get banned.
Yeah, we'll all move to TikTok
and
then they'll ban
Instagram. I like Instagram.
We'll get on the gram. We're getting on Instagram. I don't know, man. Well, I think Discord is the best one, honestly, for gamers at least. But find us on anywhere podcasts are available. You can find us and share us with your friends and family. So let them know about us. That's the best way to get the show out there to people. And yeah, man. So we're here. We're gonna do the show, but first I want to give a big shout out and a big thank you to the Patreon machines over at horriblegamers.com/ or patreon.com/horriblegamers. We should have a hyperlink for the Patreon. I think we do. But anyways, Jason Sams, big thank you to you. Robert Noble, Tad, thanks to both of you. Gunny, Dark Arisen, Ruler over Edmund, Dragon's Bane, Baby Mode. Thanks to you. Port Chapu, Nipron, best HGP host ever. Evan Big Daddy Tanaka, and Bill Gardner, second of his name, big thank you to all of you for being Patreon machine supporters. And I want to say it's been 10 years now. We're officially at the 10-year mark for the Horrible
Wow.
Gamers.
Is this an April Fool's
10
joke again? Come on, can't be that long.
No, it's 10 years. We are past 10 years now, actually. First show was recorded on March 20 something of 2014. The very first Horrible Gamers.
I remember that first show, at least the one that was up on the feeds.
We had a wolf sound effect. I remember that. I remember it was me, Brink, Iams, Captain Hook, Tragic, what's his name? Rob. I forget his gamer tag. He changed it like 3 times.
We're all from New Zealand.
Yeah, but it was Rob. At the time, it was a different gamer tag, and he switched it. But it was Rob, and then I think that's it. Yeah, so it was Rob, Tragic, Captain Hook, Brink, Iams, and me. And yeah, dude, 10 years ago, man. Like,
Once in a while, I'll see I'll see something from like something from like my my OneDrive or something like, hey, here's a picture from Memories or something on Facebook, and I'll be like, damn, Jesus looks so young. Now you're old, Jesus. I don't know. You look so much older now. Like, yeah, I guess 10 years makes a difference.
It does. It really, it's crazy to me. I look back at it and I'm like, fuck, 10 years, man. Like, that's crazy to me. I mean, my daughter was 2 years old when I started the podcast.
My son was 8. Yeah.
She's 12 now. She's about to be 13 this next month in May. And I think about that and I'm just like, holy shit, dude. Like, it's been a long, long time. A lot has happened in 10 years, I guess. A lot of friendships were made. Some friendships were lost. But it was a fun time, and it's been a fun time, and it's been a crazy time. It's been a lot in 10 years, right? A lot of stuff has happened. We've had 2 different presidents, 3 different presidents since then. What else? The pandemic happened. I got divorced. What else? A lot of shit, dude. I mean, it's just a lot of changes has happened in the last 10 years if you think about it. I'm just like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And then Mayo came out of nowhere and joined us.
How long have you been on, Mayo? You told me. I always say 2 years.
Like 5.
I always say it's been 2.
I don't know the exact date. I want to say it's probably close to 5 years.
It's close to 5 because that's when I got the gaming PC and you were helping me through it because I was like, I don't know what to do and where'd all the wires go, and I was really anxious and just trying to figure it out. And
yeah, it's at least 5, right?
Mayo and
doing a Discord call with a video and trying to like
the video,
see
like
what you're doing.
There's a wire. It's like, red. It's red, Mayo. Where's the red wire go?
Over there on the motherboard, Gunny. And Gunny's like, what's the motherboard?
Then
he's grown so much.
Me being the Xbox console guy.
Then there was man, it's just a lot of changes that happened. I don't know whatever happened. I know Rob is still around doing his thing. I think that he doesn't really game as much anymore. But he was like an admin of the Pinball Effects Facebook group, which had a lot of members. It had like 3,000 members at one point that I remember. And he was an admin of that group because he used to play a lot of Pinball Effects.
Yeah.
And then I don't know whatever happened to that. I don't know if he still games or not, but big shout out to Rob. Without him, honestly, I don't know if I ever would have got the show off the ground because I didn't know what to do. And he really kind of helped me set everything up with the feeds and all that shit. And then just want to thank Brink and Iams because they're really kind of pushed me to it. Tragic just kind of tagged along. Captain Hook kind of just tagged along. But nevertheless, they were still fun to have on the show. I mean, Captain Hook, me and Iams and Brink, we still joke around in the chat about the shit Captain Hook would say, like Trisky,
Keystone Light,
drinking Keystone Light, drunk as fuck on the podcast at 2 a.m. on his porch or whatever. I remember one time he was out there with like a fucking light. He had like a lighter in like a spray can of something. I don't know if it was like gas or like hairspray or spray paint or something, but he was like trying to burn the mosquitoes or something on his porch. He's like, I'm gonna burn these
Was he like on a
motherfuckers.
laptop or something? Like with a lantern and
I think he was on a laptop or something out there just chilling on his porch, dude, because his wife would get mad at him for being loud and drunk on the podcast.
There might have been video for it because I remember Iams was broadcasting on Twitch at that time, the entire show before we moved over to Facebook Live.
Maybe I don't know if that one had video on that one, but we were on video, but I don't know if we were recording it. But I remember he was drunk as hell, and I think the show was over. But back then we used to stay on for like 7 hours, dude. We would just be bullshitting we'd be bullshitting for like 3 hours after the show was over. We'd be all drunk and shit. Fucking Brink's wife Becca would get on the show, and Brink would pass out. And then Becca would be on there just bullshitting with us for fucking hours, just talking with us. And then Captain Hook would be on his porch, drunk as fuck. He's like, oh, I can't be loud. And he'd be out there torching shit with this fucking flamethrower thing. It was fun, man. It was a wild time. It was like we didn't have like any rules, anything. Like it was just anything goes at that time. And nowadays, I would say we're still very open. Like about what we discussed, we don't really have rules still, but we are more, I would say, more sensitive to people's feelings. Over the years, we've gotten a little bit more thoughtful about things we say. I think before just burning it out.
A little bit, Jesus, you growing
back then
over there.
Back then, man, anything went, dude. There was like fuck. We'd say whatever we wanted, dude. We talked about all kinds of crazy shit. And but yeah, man, it was a lot of fun. I remember all the times we had, all the fun times we had with all the co-hosts. And big shout out to Ryan also. Ryan really helped me out
8777. Awesome, man. Yeah, that was cool. Like that was so. That's when I joined. How long ago was that? Like probably has it been 6 years at least? And that was with
I'm gonna get
longer,
7.
probably 7.
Me, you, Ryan, Eric, Vengeful Jedi.
7 or 8 years since then, yeah.
Yeah.
And then that was kind of like the mid crew or whatever. That was like the middle of the show co-host or whatever that I had. So you were part of that. Ryan was part of that. Vengeful Jedi was part of that. And Eric Smith was part of that. And even for a little bit, who was the other guy? There was another person. I forget his gamer tag. I know who he is. Joey Blockster.
Oh, Joey, yeah. He came on a few times.
Yeah, he was on a few times, right? Before he just couldn't do it anymore.
I went and met him. He's not super far from me, like an hour away.
Yeah, so it was him. He was on for a bit, and then he went through some shit with his personal life, and he just couldn't be on anymore. But he's still around. He's still alive. Don't worry about that. But yeah, man, like it was a lot of fun having them in the middle of the show, kind of keeping things going, right? Like that's when we ended the podcast, the original podcast, because it just got too hectic with the scheduling. No one could ever make the show. And it kind of just got frustrating at a point, when we were just like, I was done. I'm like, I can't do this, dude. Like if no one's going to make the show, and I'm always trying to make the show, what's the point of doing the show? I kind of got like
yeah.
I want to say I kind of got fed up with it, or kind of overwhelmed, I would say, with the whole no one can make it, or this person can't make it, or this guy can't make it, or this thing just came up, and all this shit's going on. So I kind of got overwhelmed by it. And I said, fuck it, we're done then. And then like 2 weeks later, I was like, nah, you know what? We shouldn't be done. And then I kind of got everyone together that I could, which was you, Ryan, Smith, and Joey, and maybe Vengeful after a little bit. So that kind of went on for a little bit, and then little by little, of course, people started falling off again because, as we said before, the podcast it's fun to do, and it's a thing we do, but it is a time commitment, and it is like a big time commitment. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
People I guess people maybe not realize how often we record and how long we record. But I enjoy doing it. That's why I do it. And I want to thank you guys for being here, man. 10 years. 10 years, we're here.
Yeah. And one thing I do want to interject here real quick. I know we don't mention this enough, but one of the things we don't do is, I guess, what would you say? Is it more ad lib? Like, we never plan any, like, we have a schedule, right? Of, hey, we've got news, we have announcements.
We show up and we, I guess you call it a schedule. Like, it's a
right. I talk about the free games on PlayStation and Xbox and Epic, but in between that, the news or whatever, we don't say like, just as how funny we're going to be, or, topic of anything planned out. Like, there's no script. Like, we've always done it that way. I've always enjoyed that, right? Where I don't have to learn any lines or what's how we're going to be hilarious tonight or anything,
Yeah, there is no script to this. Like, we obviously, people could probably tell there's no script because oftentimes we just go on our fucking random fucking banter about the most random shit that has nothing to do with gaming, right? And we go off on that for like an hour, and people were like, "Why the fuck were you guys talking about paper for 1 hour?"
That was funny with Evan. Like, that was hilarious, actually. When I went and listened to that, I was like,
why were you and Evan arguing about fucking paper for a whole hour? It's like, fuck you guys, because I wanted to, man. And Evan kept going, so I will keep going until we're done talking about paper, man. That's what we do here. We just do whatever the fuck we want. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, man. Like, yeah, you're right. We don't have any script. And that's kind of like a thing that I've always had since the beginning was I told the guys from the beginning, like, don't be afraid to be who you are. Just be yourself and enjoy being here. Like, it's not a scripted show. I'm not going to tell you what to say. We're not going to follow a scripted timeline of, okay, at 2-minute mark, Gunny's going to talk about this game. At the 5-minute mark, Mayo's going to discuss this game. At the 20-minute mark, we're going to move over to this.
We would run over
terrible,
all the time.
Dude.
We would be off schedule every single week because we just, like you said, we get on these tangents.
And the other thing I learned from you, Jesus, 5-6 years ago was you had to mention it to me more than once. Do not be afraid to interrupt. That's how this show goes. We just interrupt each other all the time.
Yeah.
That's how we stay engaged.
I know some people get mad at it, right? Some people get mad at me when I interrupt you guys, or they get mad at you when you interrupt whoever. And it's just how we are, man. It's just a free-form podcast. It's do whatever you want. We're just going to have a discussion for 2 hours or 3 hours about games, and that's what we do. And it just so happens that we might play the same games or we might not. Like, it's just how it goes, it's nothing to it, really. I mean, that's all we do.
Like what, this week, I think all three of us probably played the same game.
We probably did, yeah. I would say we probably all did play the same game, and we probably will all discuss it, so yeah. But yeah, man, I really want to thank all the listeners out there. It's been 10 years, and here's to another 10 years, hopefully.
Thanks everybody. Dude. It's nice to always hear back, even from people that I haven't heard from in a while. It's like, hey, I'm still listening, I'm still alive, and I'm like, awesome, man, it's good to hear from you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have. So if you think about listeners, man, listeners that were like, I don't know, if someone was 15 years old when we started this podcast, and they were listening to us then. Right now, they're 25 years old. If someone was 20 years old, they're now 30. If someone was 30, they're now 40. If someone was 40, they're now 50. That's crazy to me. I'm like, fuck, man. I was 22 years old when this podcast started, Mayo. 22 years old, dude.
Damn.
Like, I think about that and I'm like, fuck, dude. Like, I even talking to Brink and Iams all the time, Brink mentions that he's like 35 or some shit, or 36 or something, and Iams is like 40 or some shit. I'm like, damn, dude, I remember when you were like 30, dude.
Yeah. I remember when you were like single and, had a sports car, whatever.
Yeah.
Now, 3 kids later, midlife crisis, what's going on here? Gray hair, what's happening?
Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, Brink, he didn't have a house. I think he bought his house like a few years ago. I want to say like 5-6 years ago, he bought his house. He moved to Wyoming from Denver. Like, all this shit happened like in the last 10 years that it's crazy to me how much stuff has changed, and but it's fun to see, and it's fun to see the listeners change with us too, because I see it, man. I see it with the listeners that have been following us for that long amount of time, and people that we've actually become friends with personally throughout the last 10 years. It's fun seeing their life change as well with like time. It goes on, and things change in their life, and I'm like, that's pretty fucking crazy, but that's pretty fucking cool. And yeah, we'll see what happens in the next 10 years, I guess.
Just for some fun, I just Googled real quick what video games came out 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. And so games that came out 10 years ago was Mario Kart 8, Middle Earth, Shadow of, I'm trying to think which one this is, Shadow of Mordor. We got Bayonetta 2, Watch Dogs, Far Cry 4, wow. The Last of Us Remastered. What the heck? Dark Souls 2, Wolfenstein, The New Order. According to this, they're all saying 2014 on them. Super Smash Bros. Just real quick, just throwing a couple out there I've seen on this list.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
I was trying to see if there's something I thought that seemed really, really old, but
Shadow of Mordor, what a great game! I always wanted to finish that game.
Yeah, what was
it? It's a really good game.
What did they call that system? I thought of that game the other day.
They call it the Nemesis system.
The Nemesis system. That's right. I was thinking about that.
Yeah, and then they started using it in Assassin's Creed.
Because I was thinking of the pawn system and how the pawn system works in Dogma, and it made me think back to the Nemesis system, how that game worked and how it was smart and stuff. So maybe it made me think of it today, actually.
For sure. But yeah, so that's that. That's my big thank you to everyone listening. And big shout out to Phantom Egg for the intro music to the podcast and Broke for Free for the outro music to the podcast. Now let's get talking about video games. Real quick, guys, I did go back and play a little bit of Call of Duty this week. It's funny because I get on there and Brink plays a lot of Call of Duty. I don't know how he does it because he's never on. But he's always like super high level compared to me. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? And he's always got like the battle pass complete like all the way. I'm like, how the fuck? When does this guy play, dude? Like, what I think he does is I think he sets his shit to offline to hide from me, so I don't invite him to games. And he just plays by himself.
Maybe. Or either that, or is he playing at different times when you're asleep?
No.
He doesn't work at a nightclub, right? He probably does the 9 to 5 thing.
Yeah, he's playing offline.
Right? When I jumped on the podcast originally, Brink messaged me and he's like, you gotta watch out for that Jesus guy. He's like, go offline when you're playing all the time. That way,
this is how you do it. Yeah.
Yeah. He's not bugging you to play
he was telling me trade secrets early on. Like he was like, hey, go offline, or he's gonna be joining you all the time. And you know how he is. He's horrible. We gotta carry him.
Yeah. I think that's what it is, man. Like, because I joined him and he's like level 500 or something, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I look at the battle pass thing, right? Because it's like double XP time or whatever. And it's like double, like battle pass, 4 days left. I'm like, 4 days left? I got like the first 2 things done. What do you mean 4 days left? I just bought this shit like 2 weeks ago.
And
they're like, 4 days. They're like, 4 days left, guy. Like, you try to get the battle pass done in 4 days. I'm like, how the fuck? So, like, there's no way I'm going to get it done. But I will probably buy the next battle pass just because. But I'll never get it done. Anyways, so I did play a little bit of Call of Duty. So I did that with Brink the other day. I did play a little bit more Battlefield. I do have that battle pass too. But that one, what I like about Battlefield, like I told you guys before, is they have like missions, kind of like Fortnite, where like each week gives you a set of missions. And they're just different things that you do, right? Like get 50 sniper rifle kills, get 20 revives, capture 10 objectives, fly 500 meters in a helicopter, like random shit like that, right? And as you complete those, it gives you the battle points for those missions or whatever, which, like, if you do a bunch of them, if you have a bunch of them, just by playing, you're going to achieve some of them, right? Just by playing regular, you're going to achieve a lot of them if you just have a bunch of them stacked up. and they're all like retroactive, so they all active at all times, and whatever you do, it just goes towards all of them, and then whatever gets completed first, they just start giving you points. So I do like that battle system a little bit more because it gives you an option, like when it's near the last week or the last 2 weeks of the battle pass, you can really play like Battlefield for a day or two, and if you focus yourself on the missions and what to do, right, you can really start knocking them down really, really fucking fast and getting all those points and ranking up your battle pass really fast. So that's kind of why I don't feel a lot of pressure playing the Battlefield game or whatever with the battle pass. Like I feel like I can complete that a lot more easier than the battle pass in Call of Duty, where it's tied to just like XP. All they do is like the XP tallies up and you get one battle token per XP or whatever, like so much XP. And then the more battle tokens you get, the more stuff you can unlock. Battlefield does the same thing. They also reward you for XP, but they also have those missions which give you more of the battle points, I guess. But yeah, I played a little bit of both of those. I did go back and play a little bit of what's that game? Be Castled. So I did go back to that one, Gunny, and they've added a lot of things to that game. So now, like, it's still early access, but they've added like a mood. They updated the mood rating for like the little citizens in your village or whatever. So like now, like depending on what stuff you build around the houses, like if you build farms or mines around the houses, the happiness of the citizens there go down because it's noisy. But if you put up decorations around their houses, the happiness goes up. Correct. And the happiness is based on all that stuff now. So it's like the happiness system got revamped quite a bit. And they've also added a weather system to the game to where like there's now seasons. So it goes throughout like obviously the 4 main seasons of the year, right? And for example, during the wintertime, your farms won't have any like crop growing, right? So like you better have had some food stockpiled up to survive the winter, right? So that's kind of the way the game plays out now. It makes it a little bit more difficult, of course, but it's an added challenge that I like, right? Because it makes you micromanage a little bit more. Where before you can get the game to a certain point, and then you were always set because you always had a lot of food, you always had happiness, you always had everything good, and like it made the game kind of too easy, right? But now with this new system being revamped, it makes it a lot harder to build troops, to train them, etc. And now you can even have like besides just like training your soldiers to become a swordman or whatever, or like a knight, you can have like a little training camp, and they'll go there during the day, and they'll level themselves up to max level. Like so, they'll start practicing with the training dummies or whatever, and the more they practice, the more they level up, which makes them a stronger soldier. So when the nighttime comes and they go to fight, they're more leveled up to be able to take on the enemies a little bit better. So I do like that. I do like that about the game. So they're kind of working on it very slowly. Of course, that's a studio that's like in the Ukraine or some shit, right? They're like in,
or it was when the war started. So then they,
I don't know if they moved somewhere.
To. I think it might have been Poland or
they moved somewhere, right? Or maybe they went back to Ukraine. I don't fucking know what they did, or maybe they're working from home. I don't know what they're doing. But I know they were in the Ukraine when the invasion started, and then they had to evacuate. So like the updates stopped for a very long time, and then like 6 months later to like a year later, they said, you know what? Fuck this war. We're gonna keep working on the game, and we're just gonna keep working on it. So they're still working on it, but I don't know if the game has if they're close to finishing it. I don't think
like
they are.
1.0. I haven't seen I haven't even looked at any kind of roadmaps. One of the exciting things about when I go back and play this game it could be every week, it could be every 2 weeks, but I'll go back and I'll be like, oh, cool. What did they add? So one of the things they also added, Jesus, was you'll notice in there is like the hospital, and there's something else that goes with the hospital. I don't know. It might be like a nurse's office.
No, it's like a little tent. So like you can have I think the hospital holds like 10 to 15 beds for your injured soldiers, but you can add like a little tent, which is called like a field hospital or whatever, which it just increases the amount of beds for the hospital. So like instead of having 15 beds, it now has 25 beds or whatever. It adds like the more field hospitals you put out around your camp or your kingdom or whatever, the more soldiers that could be wounded, that could be treated, can be held at these tents.
I'm curious if they changed it. So originally, let's go back like whatever, even past 6 months ago, before they had the hospital and the field hospital. I believe the way the game worked was, so let's say you had some soldiers die, and what would happen is now the night has ended or the siege has ended, and then the church, the church, they would revive them. They would be resurrected.
That doesn't happen anymore. The only people that they don't ever get resurrected anymore, but they can get healed. So if they're injured, they could be healed, but they cannot be resurrected if they die. So you're going to have to just replace them as like a new trainee or whatever if they die. But the church is still in the game. But what it does now, it just provides happiness to the citizens. So like if you put a church near a bunch of houses, it'll just provide happiness.
It's like the saloon, citizens. Right? That you first get in the game,
like the little tavern thing. Yeah, so it's just like that. Yeah, it'll just provide happiness and stability for them or whatever. But yeah, they've added a bunch of things to this game, man. Like I said, they added like the trade system where you can build like a trading outpost and like trade your goods. So if you have like an excess of, say you have too much wood and you want to make a lot of gold because you need gold to pay the soldiers to keep an army, and you're running out, you can sell a bunch of your wood for money or whatever. But the more you sell, the less money you're gonna get from it, right? So like the first 500 wood you sell, you're gonna get 500 gold. But the next 500, if you sell it right away, it's going to only be 470 gold. And then the next 500 will be 430 gold. So the value of it keeps going down the more you sell, right? But you can sell different things. You can sell your food. You can sell the wood. You can sell whatever. And then you can also buy stuff if you need stuff. So like I ended up buying food during the winter because I didn't have enough food and my people started to die. So what I ended up doing is I sold a bunch of wood to get a bunch of extra gold. And then I bought a bunch of food to have enough food to feed the people so they stop dying, right? So that's kind of how that goes. But yeah, man, Beat Castle is still fun. I know diplomacy is not an option. Recently got a new update too. I think their biggest update right now was the formation system. So now you can have different formations for your army. You can just designate like how you want your army to be in formation when a battle is about to occur, right? So like you can have the catapults at the back, you can have the catapults right at the front, you can have them in the middle of your troops, you can have the archers in the back or the archers right in the front, or the spear guys in the front and the shield guys behind them. However you want to do it, you can set up the formations now and dictate how you want the army to be on standby whenever there's going to be an attack, so they can kind of get in a certain formation, right? If you want like different sections, if you want them all lined up in a row, if you want them all like in different squares or whatever, or fucking rectangles or triangle formations, or whatever the fuck you want to do, they kind of added that to the game now. So that's kind of cool about that. But still no update on the campaign in that game. And that's been over like a year now that game's been out, almost 2 years now. So I'm kind of getting worried about it. I'm like, what's going on here? Like, you guys aren't working on the campaign, or what the fuck is going on? But hopefully they get on that. But I do know they just recently updated formations, and that was today. But besides these two games, the other game that I, of course, played was Helldivers 2. And Helldivers 2 recently got a new thing. So it got like a new weapon. It's called the Quasar laser cannon thing, and it is exactly what it is. It's what it sounds like. It's a big ass shoulder mounted laser gun that you carry with you. It takes about 4 or 5 seconds to like, so you aim it at someone and then you hold the trigger for like 5 seconds and you can hear it spooling up and then it shoots. But then it has a little cooldown for like 10 seconds or whatever, and then you can use it again. The shitty part about it is because it's a one-shot thing. So if you miss your shot, you're fucked. But the cool thing about it is that it's like a big-ass laser cannon. So, like, this thing can take out almost anything with one shot. But you got to make sure your shot lands, right? So it can take out, like, buildings. It can take out bases, like, for, like, if you're on the robot planet against the automatons, they'll have like these factories that the robots are getting built in or whatever, and they'll keep spawning from these factories. So there's multiple ways to destroy the factory. You can call it an airstrike and blow up the building with that. It might work, it might not. You can also go up to the building and throw a grenade into the vent. That'll blow up the building. Or you can use your laser cannon and just fucking shoot the building and it'll blow up the building. So that's the really cool thing about it, that this thing, you can take out like big structures from pretty far distance if you aim correctly. You know what I mean? So that's a really cool stratagem that they added to the game. It's a support weapon, really. It's not really a stratagem. A stratagem is more like an airstrike, but it is like it takes up one of your stratagem slots or whatever. But I'm still loving Helldivers.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, I'm still loving Helldivers though, man. I'm level 36 now, getting up there. I'm getting to the 40s. I'm almost there. I don't know when I'll reach 50. That's going to be a long time, I think. But I'm getting up there, man. I'm grinding. I'm playing. We just today, big news for the Helldiver community out there. Today, Mavalon Creek was liberated, so that means that sector has been captured by the humans, by Super Earth, and that's a big one because Mavalon Creek was one that was like really hard to capture. Last time the robots fucked us all up on that planet, like they fucked us up. I mean, there was no chance. Like, a lot of people died there, Mayo. Put it that way, okay? Like, we went in there, man, thinking we were badasses. It was like Vietnam, bro. We went in there thinking we're badasses, and these motherfuckers showed us who that planet belonged to. And they said, this is our fucking land. Get the fuck out of here.
You went in there thinking you were like a Green Beret Spec Ops.
No, man.
Walked out with got a good spanking, didn't you?
These motherfuckers jumped out of tunnels and trees and shit and fucked us up, dude. Like, it was bad. So, we ended up doing another campaign there. It was a major order. So, it was like an order that came down from like the Super Earth Command or whatever. And they said, we need to take this planet. So, everyone went to it. They gave us 24 hours to take it. Humans liberated the planet in 4 fucking hours. Hell yeah. So, people were on top of that shit. You know, like, as soon as the command came in, everyone went there and fucked these fucking robots up.
So is that like a world event or something that you have to choose?
It's not a world event. It's kind of like the campaign in Helldivers 2 where like the world is always dynamic. It's never static. So like it's always online. So the planets are always being liberated or captured by a certain faction, whether it's you or the enemy, right? So like
there's always like a push pull, right? Like, it never ends.
There's always it never ends. There's always a push pull and like they'll like fight back and try to capture a sector. All of a sudden it'll say like, oh fuck, the robots have really gained a lot of momentum all of a sudden, and now they've captured 2 sectors. We need to push them back off of these sectors before we continue fighting for the other one. We need you guys to fall back and come defend these sectors real quick. And everything's kind of like on a timer. So like, if they push a planet, if they push a sector and start attacking, it'll show up on our maps and it'll say like, all right, you guys have 20 hours to defend this. If you do not defend this in the 20 hours and push these guys back all the way, this planet is going to fall under their control. Now, the crazy thing about this whole dynamic map that they have in the game, which is like the galaxy, right? Like a huge galaxy map with all these planets and everything, is that what they don't tell you is that all these planets are connected to each other in a certain way that affects how they capture each planet. Now, it's not visibly shown on the map itself. You cannot see it. But if you look it up, you can find the way it's set up, and there's trade routes. So, like, if you can look up, like, there's maps on it on Google. You can look these maps up. And these maps will have arrows from Earth, and they go out towards each planet. And each planet will have different arrows to different planets. And what it's saying with those arrows is, so this planet can have a trade route with that planet has a trade route with this planet. So that's how they're connected. And if you capture a certain planet in a sector, it gives you a huge advantage on capturing the other planets. And that's how the robots attack. The robots kind of just follow the trade routes because what we noticed in the game, and what people have noticed and shit like this, is that the robots cannot attack like randomly. They cannot attack a planet randomly. Like they can't just spawn on Earth and start attacking Earth. They can't do that because they're fucking robots, Mayo. They're
programmed.
Yes, and they have to have a supply line. So what they do is they start attacking planets with supply lines to their planets. So if you see a planet that they have control of, they might attack the planet next to it, but only if that planet has a direct supply line attached to that planet. So that's how they attack, because they cannot continue attacking without supplies. Now the
cut off the supply line?
Yes, that's why you capture the planet, to cut off the supply line. So when you capture a certain planet, that cuts off their supply line. Now, the bugs, the alien bugs or whatever, them motherfuckers could spawn wherever. Like, they don't really follow the supply lines at all. Like, they kind of just spawn wherever. Like, it's just like whatever. So it's kind of like a different war on both sides of the galaxy or whatever, right? So, like, depending on who you're fighting, you kind of have to, like, think about what planets you guys want to attack first. But it seems the community is pretty good about focusing on the right planets. At least so far. But, yeah, man, Helldivers 2. Still going pretty strong.
Dove real deep into it. I played that little bit and I haven't really had time to go back into it, or just, whatever, got busy with other things. My boy was telling me he kind of thought he figured something out, Jesus, and maybe you'll agree with this or not. He was kind of like, when you get in the game, he's like, you pretty much can ignore the bugs. Go do the missions. He's like, they're just going to keep spawning. And he's like, I will go in the game and just have his whole army of bugs chasing me. He's like, I'll just run through them all. And he'll go to certain places in the game where he needs to do his missions or whatever, and then do his things. And then, like, you got the drop ship coming or whatever, and you'll stay and fight him or whatever. But he doesn't sit there and, like, try to clear out an area and do his mission or whatever. He goes in there. I can't remember what his example was, but he'll go in there and do whatever he was set to go in there and do. Not focusing on the bugs so much at all, or the robots, do his mission and then do the whole, try to fight your way out and survive and then get out. But,
yeah.
Because he's like, you really don't get XP for killing bugs. He's like, you get XP for getting the mission. So you go in there and you get the mission and you get out. Like, you just don't worry about, killing everything, because you're not going to get XP from killing them. You're going to get XP for completing the mission.
That's a fact. Also, another good tip is, when you're running around the map, you'll see often patrols. Like, it'll be like, you'll see like a patrol walking around, whether it's the robots or the bugs. And a fun fact that a lot of people don't realize in the game is that you can actually hide the entire time from all the enemies. You can play stealth mode in this game. People don't do it because people have guns and shit and airstrikes and shit. So people start calling shit in and it starts blowing shit up and it starts attracting more enemies. But you can play stealth mode. So like the other day, I landed on a planet with these 3 guys or 2 guys. One of them left or something. So it was me and these 2 other guys. And we had the pink samples because we found them. And we blew up the objectives, which like this huge factory that we had to go blow up for the robots. We really fucked it up. We went in there and we blew it the fuck up. But then, like, out of nowhere, like 1,000 robots showed up, dude. It was so many of the big ones. It was like we were dying. But I told the guys, whoa, we got to stop. We can't keep running. We got to turn around and fight because we got to get these samples. It would be useless to leave without these samples. Like, we need all these samples that we just got, and we drop back there. So we all turn around and we fight and we push them back and we get the samples and we take off running, right? And I told the guy, don't stop running till you get to the extraction. So we keep running across the entire map. We got like all these things chasing us. We're calling in airstrikes behind us. We get to the fucking extraction and we call it in. No, actually what happens is we ran out of time. So like what happens is if the timer runs out, you don't have any more stratagems to call in. So you can't respawn people. You can't call in a resupply. You can't call in any airstrikes. Pretty much what you have on you is what you have. Your ship leaves, right? And then it'll say, your destroyer is leaving orbit. We're sending an emergency extraction team. So the emergency extraction team, all they do is they fly down to the extraction point on the map, and they kind of wait for you till you get there, and hopefully extract.
That's automatic. Like if you let their timer run out, the emergency extraction will happen automatic.
Yes, and I told the guys this. I told the guys, look, We got 2 minutes to make it across the map. I told him, just keep running. We're going to get there. Emergency extraction will come for us. And these guys, they weren't talking to me, but they could obviously hear me because they were listening to me. So we fucking ran over there, right? And we got to the extraction, and it was like, all right, 30 seconds to extract, and the extraction team is on its way. And they're coming in, right? And they're coming in for the extraction. And there was a patrol coming up with like a huge robot, a bunch of enemies. And I told the guys, don't engage. I was like, just fucking lay down. I'm like, just fucking lay down, and they'll walk right past us. And then sure enough, they both laid down on the ground, and I laid down too. And sure enough, the enemies just kind of walked past us. They were like pretty close to us, and they just kind of walked by. You know, they kind of didn't even notice us. And even when the extraction ship came in, they didn't really turn around to fight. We just got on the ship and left. And I told them, like, yeah, like if you guys didn't know, there's like a stealth mechanic to the game. Like if the enemy doesn't see you and you don't engage them, they don't realize
you
you're there.
Him.
Yeah, they don't know you're fucking there, dude. So you can just fucking hide from them, and they'll kind of lose track of you, and they'll forget about you or whatever. They won't even know you're there, and you could just do whatever the fuck you were doing in the mission. So that's another little tip I have for people that play this game. If you're by yourself, the stealth is a lot easier because you can obviously hide a lot easier by yourself, right? Like it's a lot harder because there's a lot of enemies if they do spy you, but you can hide a lot faster and you can get away maybe without worrying about other people, you know? So, but yeah, man, Helldivers 2 is still fucking fun. I'm still working on the battle passes in that game. I'm pretty sure I'm almost done with the main one, like the whatever it's called. I think it's called Steeled Veterans, which is like the main battle pass. I'm on page 9 of 10 on that one, I think, or maybe 10 of 10. So I'm pretty much almost done with that one. I just got to unlock a few more things on that page, and I'll be kind of done with it. And then I'll start working on the other one. The other one, I'm on the last page as well because there's only 3 pages, and I'm pretty much almost done with that one too. Once I unlock everything on both of those, my goal is to move on to the third one and then start unlocking stuff off of the third battle pass. What I like about the battle passes in this game, though, is that they're not timed, and I think they're always there. So once they're there, I think their goal is to just keep them there forever, you know, so like everyone can just unlock things as they want, you know? It's not like a time thing where you're going to be racing to unlock these things, you know? You just got to do what you can, you know, play the game as you want and then unlock it as you go or whatever.
Nice.
So yeah, what I do think though is that when this game, what I'm thinking, I don't know if you guys are going to agree with me on this or not, but I'm thinking in June, when Microsoft has their little showcase event thing, right, where they show off their new console and their new controller and whatever games are coming this fall, right, whatever big game they have, I think one of the games they're going to announce for this fall is going to be Helldivers 2 for the Xbox.
It's possible, right? It is a possibility.
I see it. It's just
happening as well.
Like all of a sudden, like just Phil Spencer talking about like, oh, here's the next trailer for the next few games we have, and all of a sudden you'll just see the guy getting into the Hell Pod and saying like Helldivers 2 Hell Pods, and then you'll see the music start playing, and then the fucking Hell Pod shoot down from the fucking ship or whatever, like coming down or whatever. And I'm pretty sure like that would be a cool trailer. It's easy to understand. It'll take 15 seconds to make that trailer, 20 seconds to make it, and you'll get your point across. Like Helldivers 2 is coming to Xbox. It don't even have to be on Game Pass, and I think the game will be pretty popular on Xbox.
Yeah, I can't see it being on Game Pass, but I could definitely see them reaching out, saying, "Hey, we'll publish it for you," because PlayStation published the last 2. Helldivers 1 and 2, so then Xbox can be like, we'll publish it for a pretty low price if you bring it over to our little console.
I don't think they don't even have to publish it. They just got to make a deal with Sony, like say, hey Sony, we'll pay you this much money to have Helldivers 2 on the Xbox, and that's it. And I think Sony would be like, fuck it, we can make more money off of this game, let's do it, you know, like let's just fucking put it on the Xbox. What does it hurt them? It doesn't hurt them. And it's obviously it's something that's been kind of being set in motion with like Microsoft making deals with PlayStation about putting the Microsoft games on PlayStation. So there's obviously some communication there, right, between the two companies. They're actively working together right now. They're kind of like saying, you know what, like, yeah, we talk all this bullshit about our consoles and sales, but we're here to just take the gamers' money.
Yeah,
And
but one of the deals, Jesus, one of the deals, if you notice, well, if you go and actually look, and I've noticed it on my PS4 Pro, but somebody did mention this a couple weeks ago. One of the deals is you won't see anything on PlayStation published by Microsoft. Anything. Sea of Thieves, none of it, right? So, and vice versa, they have the same deal on. Nope, I'm serious. If you go on Xbox.
Whoa, so wait a minute, no, but how the fuck is Sea of Thieves on PlayStation if it's published by Microsoft?
That's going to be. It'll be published by either PlayStation or by who makes Sea of Thieves? Isn't that Rare?
Rare, but they're owned by Microsoft.
Yeah, but it's going to be published by Rare or published by PlayStation.
No way, no.
Yes, I swear to you, that's the deal. It's a hush-hush deal, but it's the way it works with both companies.
I saw.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
If you look at the show, it's even published by San Diego Studios, which is owned by PlayStation, but there is no Sony words on Xbox, and there's no Microsoft words on a PlayStation.
So you're telling me the MLB game on the Xbox doesn't say published by Sony?
That's correct. Yeah, it's published by Sony Studio or Microsoft. Excuse me, San Diego Studios, something like that.
So when
Minecraft
you launch,
is published by Mojang on PlayStation.
So when you launch MLB on Xbox, it doesn't show the PlayStation logo.
That's correct. No PlayStation logo, right? It's a different publisher. Well, kind of, sort of, right? They basically made a different kind of. Not a different game, but there's no PlayStation logos or anything.
Right here on the PlayStation Store for Sea of Thieves, it says publisher, Microsoft Corporation.
Okay, never mind if that's the case, but I thought somebody had mentioned it's working the same way.
I mean, it doesn't say Xbox Game Studios, but it does say Microsoft Corporation.
Oh, they just, okay, but they didn't put Xbox, right?
It doesn't say Xbox Studios, but it says Microsoft. And I'm going to look at the Xbox store now for MLB.
Yeah, because I remember firing up the show, like the last one it was on Game Pass. I was like, yeah, it doesn't say Sony anywhere on this thing.
I'm going to look up the Xbox store right now. Let's see what the fuck they say for the MLB The Show.
But I'm with you, Jesus. I would be along with it. If Sony came along and said, hey, can we publish Helldivers on there as well? And I'd be like, hell yeah, let them do it.
I think they can, and I think they will. Because
I think they will as well.
They have nothing to lose. What do they have to lose? Oh, you're right. I mean,
maybe they're exclusive, right? Maybe they're exclusive rights. Well, it's not technically. I always say it's not an exclusive because it's on Steam, right? It's just a console exclusive.
I'm gonna look up MLB The Show on the PlayStation as well.
But both Helldivers 1 and 2 are both on Steam. A third-party publisher, by the way. Just like all Microsoft games are on Steam.
So on PlayStation, the MLB The Show says published by Sony Interactive Entertainment. And on the Xbox, it says published by San Diego Studio.
Yeah. Yep.
No, it says published by MLB, developed by San Diego Studio.
That's it.
That's weird. How, like, that's weird. Like, on the Xbox,
I know. But I went in there a couple times and looked at it when I was playing it, and I was like, "That's it. That is funny." There's no mention of Sony anywhere on here.
Yeah, that's weird.
But doesn't that? I mean, so I know that some of the studios, like, where they kind of operate, I wouldn't say independently or whatever, but you know that they're the hidden words in the contract as far as like how a company can just, like, for example, Bungie, right? The way they kind of operate, you know, when they say, all right, now we've been acquired by Sony, but technically we can leave at any time. You know what I mean? Like, we could do a buyout or something, you know? But they don't talk about those secret details. So I'm sure the same way Sony has some studios, and the same thing with with Microsoft, right? In the way they acquire studios.
You're right. Minecraft does say published by Mojang.
But I think that was before the acquisition, though. So that was different.
Oh, yeah, it was probably, yeah. Well, that's weird. But yeah, I mean,
I think
regardless, I think
they've been working
these companies, yeah, I think these companies have been working together a little bit more. Because obviously, right, like Sony really, what do they gain by letting them put Sea of Thieves on the PlayStation? They don't really gain much. I mean, I guess they gain 30% of the sale or whatever, right? If they sell it on their console or whatever, which I guess it's money, right? But at the same time, I don't think
they're not even making, like they didn't design the game or nothing, they're just literally letting it be on the store and they're making 30%. Like I would do that, like.
So I think that if Microsoft went to Sony and said, hey, you know what? We think that Helldivers 2 would be a good get for us. Just let us have it. I think PlayStation would be like, yeah, sure. We don't fucking care. Go ahead. Like, put out a cool trailer, Phil. Make yourself coming out of a hell pod or something. I don't know. We'll just do it. We don't fucking care. Like, we'll make money, a lot of money on Xbox. Because that game will sell well on Xbox. Because I think it is, in terms of like the way that the type of shooter it is like a bro shooter, like for the Xbox, which you would kind of like compare it to like Gears of War. You know what I mean? Like you would say it's similar to something like that, where you're fucking fighting these crazy fucking.
Listen, if I was Phil Spencer, if I'm just on the phone with the heads over at Sony, whoever's taken over, I don't know if Ryan's gonna still be. Well, he's still there, right? Ryan's still there. So if I'm Phil and I'm calling him up and I'm like, look, turn the recorder off, pal. Okay. You know what? Look, man. Hey, so we gave you Call of Duty. Give us Helldivers 2, okay? Or, maybe the next...
I was going to throw out there earlier. I don't know if you've seen next month's or April's PS Plus games. Supposedly, I saw it today in an article. One of them is going to be the Minecraft Legends is going to be on the PS Plus games for April.
Yeah, so that's another one. So that's...
It's like... Okay, so that's more Microsoft stuff, kind of like being, that's in the PS Plus giveaway part of things,
So I want to say technically that was, in my opinion, that was the first game, because if you remember, Microsoft already had acquired Mojang, but then when Legends came out, not the greatest game, by the way, but I remember, Mayo, when that came out, and I went, oh, well, that's going to be not exactly a AAA title coming to PlayStation, but I thought that for me, that was a pivotal moment, because I thought, okay, is that actually going to be on PlayStation? And sure enough, they were like, of course, it's going to be day one on everything. Steam, PlayStation, Xbox. I thought,
and I'm not surprised, they sell
that was
there,
the first game.
But for them to like give it away on PS Plus, it's kind of like different in my mind, because they're like, usually they're just giving you different games on there, but it just seems weird that they're giving away a Microsoft title in that group this time. Consider it's their subscription,
Yeah. Also in the news, I didn't actually put it in the news, but I'll mention it now that Minecraft is finally getting, or PlayStation 5 is finally getting a native kind of launcher per se. So it's not the old PS4 launcher you're getting. So I think that will bring some ray tracing to the PS5 on the Minecraft version.
Oh, nice. That's something.
But remember,
I quit playing Minecraft. I remember when they added the ray tracing to it, when ray tracing was becoming a big deal, and you could go in there and mess around. They had like a special ray trace version you could download and play around with, and see like what the effects were of ray tracing. And I remember it being really cool, like messing around with it. That's probably the last time I have touched Minecraft, actually.
Yeah, I can't remember. I still play it on the PC, so. And then, I think I know that things actually take time. And I want to say for the longest time, even after the Series S and X were released, how long has it been now, Mayo? It's been a few years, right? At least a couple.
What, 4? 3,
and I can tell you, like, even for the first year and a half, or probably even longer, we're still using the Xbox One version of Minecraft. I really thought about it. I thought, or maybe the devs are lazy or they don't care or whatever. No, I think they just see it as people are like, they're still freaking downloading it. They're still playing it. Why do we need to, bring forward something with ray tracing, if they're not up in arms about it. So, right, seeing how it's a blocky game. So I'm sure their thinking was just like, you know what, we're really going to take our time here, and we'll say about a year we'll offer another update or something visually better for them, because it doesn't take a lot of computing power to play these types of games.
But yeah,
just my thoughts.
Anyways, besides that though, of course, the one game that I've been playing a lot of is Dragon's Dogma 2. But I want to talk about this with you guys as a group, so I'll hold off on my thoughts on it. What have you guys been playing? What have you been playing, man? What have you been up to? You were gone last week.
Go ahead and talk about it now, because it's really the only game I've been playing.
I can move on real quick, and then when I get to you, I guess we can. I'll talk about it then. But I played a lot of Dragon's Dogma 2 as well. Not a lot, but what I call a lot on the free time I had. Last week I was busy. I had to work. I put in 120 hours in 12 days, so I've been working.
That's not right, Mayo. That's not right, Mayo. There's only 50 hours in a week.
I said 12 days.
How do your math is wrong.
12 10-hour days. Good times. But Sunday was my first day off, so I got to really sit down and play some gaming, and a lot of it was Dragon's Dogma 2. But something else I jumped into was Sifu. And so I finally gave that some time and got a chance. That game's pretty cool, Jesus. Do you have PS Plus? Did you ever
don't.
Get? Okay, because
what's funny is the other day I was on my PlayStation because I was playing Dragon's Dogma and the other game Ronin, and I haven't gone back to Ronin yet. But I was playing Dragon's Dogma and I wanted to go play Call of Duty, and I forgot I don't have PS Plus, and it's like, hey, you want to play this online, but you can't because you got to have PS Plus. I'm like, fuck! I completely forgot about this PS Plus bullshit. Like, I was like, do I sign up for it? Should I just get it? And I was like, nah, I don't play it enough to get it. Like, I can't justify the cost.
The $5 version lets you have the online and the free games. Maybe not the free games. It gives you certain games.
You get you get a set of games.
I pay for
correct?
like the Game Pass one. Yeah, you get so many games on the $5 version. I can't remember what it is.
There's I think the lowest one was a $10 version.
Yeah, I think.
But it might be $5 if you pay for the full year. Because I did see that option. It said pay for a year and it brings the cost down to like $6 or something. And then it's like pay for.
Yeah, I believe it was $6. You're right, Jesus.
Something like that, but that's if you pay for the whole year ahead of time, which is like $80 for the year or something, some shit like that. But I'm like, nah, I'll just look up code. I'll just find a code online somewhere and use that for the fucking year. And
or just find one for the month, on CD keys.
I just pulled it up, Jesus. So it's called Essential. A 1 month subscription per month is $9.99. Yeah, and then if you do, yeah, I was thinking it was $5 for some reason. I thought I saw it on the PlayStation.
It is. Well, if you do the year, it's $6, I think.
But either way, like, I don't know. Like, Sifu was one of the games they gave away this month or last month here, and it's a really good game, Jesus. I really liked it, and it's something I kind of wanted to play before. I've seen that game before and heard people talk about it, and I just kind of like the art style about it and stuff. I'm like, oh, this game looks kind of neat, right? And so the game starts off, you don't know what's going on, and he's got that like third person view, and you're kind of you're walking in and you're like this guy, and you just go into this like dojo kind of thing, right? And you're just beating up everybody, and it's kind of like one person at a time. It's almost it's like a beat 'em up, but the combat is more in depth. You're not just button smashing. You have a block button, like you can block, counter, block, and it teaches you a little bit, not much. It's very vague, right? And you're going in, you're kind of wondering what's going on, and you work your way through, and you're like in this little village area, right? And you're going through these little rooms, and you get to this old guy, and the guy is like, I knew you would come, kind of thing, and you're okay, well, what's going on? And these two like start fighting. So like as they start fighting, you're like going through and you fight the guy, and the game teaches you how to block and just the basics of like how to attack, like light attack, strong attack, and stuff like that. So you're like, okay, this is how you block, this is how you do that, this is how you do this. So I'm like, okay, and what happens is like as the game goes, you end up fighting that old man, and that old man is like you beat him, and the character that you're playing kind of is like all of a sudden he like senses like there's like somebody else in the room, and he's kind of like, oh, come out of hiding, where are you at? And this child comes out, and so this child comes out after he beats the old man, the character you're using, and basically he has some henchmen with him, and one of the henchmen pulls out a knife, and he like slashes at the child, and the child is basically presumed dead. And so then it goes into this kind of little dramatic like introduction, and it's playing a little bit of music. And what I thought was really cool, Jesus, is he's like it shows like this kid, right? And basically what happened was they thought they left him for dead, and he wasn't dead, and he was like the grandson of this grandmaster that they just killed. And then it rolls into like an intro, but in the intro it shows the kid and he kind of grows up. So now he's like a teenager and he's like fighting, right? And he's like training, and they teach you combos while they're doing the intro. So like the intro is going and showing the names on the sides and it's playing music, and it shows the guy like training and fighting like attacking the air. And then like enemies will show up while it's playing music and showing the names, and it'll give you little commands in the corner, and it teaches you what you got to do. It's like, okay, this button's blocked, so you got to push like this and this. And when you clear it, it'll put a line through it, and it'll go on to the next guy, and it'll keep playing the music, and it keeps showing you like a training. Then so then when you get through all that stuff, it teaches how to block, how to do just a couple of different counter moves and stuff like that. And then it goes into the game, and it goes into like a current day thing where like you're almost like a young adult, and it shows you like in a room, and you have like this board, right? And you have all the enemies. Supposedly he has like a hit list, right? So his kid's growing up, and he wants to get revenge on the people that went intact and left him for dead. And so like the first mission you see, you're like, okay, this guy here is the guy that slashed me with his machete, and he's rumored to be in this abandoned building area, this warehouse area. And so your first mission you go into, you're standing outside the warehouse once you accept it, and you just go in there and you work your way through like a badass. You're like, you find out how to get in. These guys are in an alleyway, and they come up to you like, hey, you're not supposed to be here. And you just kind of beat them up and walk away. Each fight is kind of like an individual fight. They're not difficult. Like a guy will come up to you and he might throw a punch and you hit there's like a block/counter button. You may hit him a couple times with a couple of fast strikes, and he'll be usually knocked out or dead, and then you move on to the next guy, and you keep working your way through. And some of the enemies are more powerful. Sometimes they'll kind of gang up on you, and you just kind of fight through like a beat 'em up, but it's got a little bit more strategy to it. And it so far it's played really cool. It's you kind of feel like an action star going through, and it's just been a good time. A little bit of I have gotten to play on that. Like I kind of want to get back tonight and play for a little while tonight, and thought that game was really fun for being a
It looks it does look good, man. I've almost wanted to buy it twice now.
Yeah, I wanted to buy this game actually. With it being on PS Plus, I was kind of excited, and I am enjoying it so far. Like I said, you just kind of feel like this action star, and the fighting isn't real complicated. It's literally light attack, heavy attack. But what they add in there is like if you use the left stick, like if you hit like up down with the left stick or down up, I can't remember which one it is, and then you use heavy attack, it'll do like a leg sweep, and you can kind of knock them off balance. If you can knock them on the ground, you can do like a ground attack. If you just push forward and L1, like L and forward, L1 and forward, you do a different kind of like a palm smack, and you can like hit him in the chest with your palm and kind of knock him back, and knock him off balance. And so you kind of are careful how you go about attacking. Now I do know, like I didn't play a whole lot. It was just today I got to mess with the game. I think what is the thing about the game? Like when you die, you get older, I believe. Yeah. And you got to beat the game before you get so old. So like, I didn't make.
What happens if you're too old? You just can't fight anymore.
I think the game's over. I think it's kind of like end game kind of thing, because it's kind of like a roguelike, I guess. And I was going down through the hallway. Right, you're going through this abandoned building. And there's a hallway, but there's a door off to my left. And you go through the doorway, and the door is locked. And originally, when you were outside, you couldn't get in there. I unlocked the door from the inside, and now I think what's happened is my next playthrough is that's unlocked now, because it said like new pathway unlocked. So I think the next time if I have to play that mission again, I can go through the front door now instead of having to go down the alley and fight all these other enemies again. So like it looks like it can unlock some new stuff. I could be wrong, but that's what it appears to be doing. So pretty cool. I'm liking the game a lot so far. And the only other game I messed with besides Dragon's Dogma 2 was I just wanted to check with it because I heard somebody talking about it. I played some of the that Sackboy Great Adventure game, and I'm like, I haven't played a Sackboy game in a really, really long time. And it's a lot like the Astrobot game, Jesus. You know, like how the Astrobot game really makes use of the controller, how you got to
Yeah.
blow into it. It is a lot like that, except for in the Sackboy universe. You have tons of stuff. It's a very simple level, and you're jumping around and collecting these orbs. And if you can collect, say, like 1,000 orbs, you get like a certain level of X. If you get 2,000 orbs and 3,000 orbs, you start getting some extra rewards. And there's like hidden costumes and stuff like within the game. So if you like find some little hidden areas, just like an Astrobot, like how you're finding the puzzle pieces, you're finding these little hidden areas, and they'll reward you with like little costume pieces you can put on your Sackboy or make them look different and stuff like that. But it's a very basic, like run through kind of. You could just punch enemies or or whatever not, or jump, or I can't remember if you could jump on them or not. I know you could punch them. Just very simple, easy to play, kind of just relaxing, kind of like Astrobot, and just utilizing the control. All the sounds come out of the controller and different things like that, and you're like, oh, this is kind of cool, So it's a pretty cool little game. I mean, I wouldn't like buy it, I think, but I think it would have been a really good game, like Astrobot, to be like packaged with the PlayStation and stuff.
What was this? This was on PS Plus for Sackboy.
Yeah, it was. I can't remember if it was this month or last month, but I got it in the PS Plus at one point.
I do like Sackboy. I was playing the mobile hobo version, but I should get PS Plus so I can play those games on the PlayStation.
Yeah, it might. I can't remember. I think it was probably this month, so I'm not sure how much more time you'll have, unless you want to pick it up, buy it. But yeah, it's a good game. I mean, like I said, I was enjoying it, and they also put a couple games on there that I have not played, but like kind of there's some of the value. I know we always talk about the value of Game Pass.
There is one on Steam.
They came out with a couple, what I think some pretty solid games coming on there. So one of the ones I have wanted to play that I've never played, and I know Gunny, you have played this one, the Marvel Midnight Suns. Is on PS Plus now.
Yeah, so wait, which one's Midnight Suns? Now, is that the dating simulator or not?
The Midnight Suns is the one that was like XCOM, but with the Marvel characters.
I don't think it's a turn-based game.
And I could be wrong on that. Like I said,
I'm getting the two different ones confused, but I thought it was more heavier combat.
It has like Blade and Ghost
Runner.
Oh,
yes, Midnight Suns. You're right. That one is the turn-based combat.
So that one they added.
Definitely.
I have not played it yet. But
definitely XCOM-ish.
Like on the Xbox, I think this is on Game Pass as well. They added Resident Evil 3. Some of the other stuff is the DC or Lego DC Supervillains game. They added Blood Bowl. They added a Dragon Ball game. They added NBA 2K24. So I mean, they got some pretty good titles on there.
Those are all good.
This current month it did not have Sackboy, so it must have been last month. They have F123, which is kind of up your alley, Gunny. I feel.
Yeah, that one's also on the Game Passes, and I haven't been. Yeah, I've been like, I think I downloaded it, Mayo, but I haven't even played it.
And then Hello Neighbor 2 is on there as well. Plus Destiny's the Witch Queen. Those are what are on there until the next day or so until it changes. And then rumored what it's changing to the game. I was kind of excited about for next month is the Immortals of
Realm,
Avium, whatever it was.
Avium.
Person. That is supposedly on April's list, so that's another one I would like to check out.
Yeah, that I want to say they had a fire sale. I almost picked it up on Xbox because I played. They do have like the prologue, which is like a demo you can play, and I believe it's on PlayStation, Xbox. I'm sure it's the same on Steam. So the prologue's in the beginning, right? I always get confused with that and the epilogue, but you're basically playing like the first hour of the game is what you're doing. And I thought it was pretty good, like story-wise, what I did play. I know I spoke about this a little bit before. And, because basically you're just using magic the whole time. And I think you're you kind of get this thing in your hand, not like an Assassin's Creed dagger or anything, but it's like this thing attached that you're just using magic on enemies.
Yeah, and it has like some wild effects kind of going on the screen and stuff like that. So it looked interesting. I think I might try to like, I don't know, what do you guys think? Like these PS Plus games, like some of them are just kind of unique. I might just try to like kind of play them each month and just kind of talk about them on the show, just kind of throw them out there to see what they are and stuff. Because some of these I might not like necessarily play all the time. The other one supposedly next month is Skull Hero Slayer, and that's actually a pretty fun game. I bought that game on Steam because there was a tie-in with Dead Cells, and so that made me go back and buy that game. And that game's not too bad either. It's a good roguelike. So if you do have PS
seen it,
Plus,
but I have not played it. So that'd be good if you played that one.
Yeah, so that I might play that one a lot. I have it on Steam. Well, maybe I'll play it in the living room in the PS5, and we'll see if I can make more progress on it than I did on Steam.
I feel like Dead Cells definitely revitalized a lot of the roguelikes, especially when it comes to platformers.
Well, they did that little partnership that brought some more people in, I think. They did that whole partnership with, they put they call it the Everybody's Here update. And they brought in, the characters from Risk of Rain, the character from The Skull. They brought in, trying to remember who else they brought in. They did the Castlevania transfer, crossover thing and stuff. But I'm sure there's other characters that were from popular roguelikes. It's going to escape my mind now. There's a whole group. There's probably like 10 of them that they did crossovers where they brought the weapons over and stuff, and they made them have like a unique play style in Dead Cells, which was really cool. But it made me want to go check out those other games and see what they were up to. Like, oh, what is this game? And so
they definitely nailed like the music, the sound of the weapons. Like it's total like.
Yeah, and they give like a little crossover. Like they incorporate those weapons into from them other games into Dead Cells. Another one was Hotline Miami, because it was the frying pan, And
yes,
yeah, stuff like that. There's another one.
Right, and it does sound like a frying pan, like when you hit them, like.
Yeah.
Like some games they'll use something else, but clearly you can hear it.
But
what was the other one you had? Like a hammer? I don't know. You had some other.
Oh, there's a
weapons
baseball
that
bat.
were like.
That's what it was. The baseball
bat. That was
bat.
it. Yeah,
it
was
was a funky noise.
Like just the clunk over the head of the enemies, like. So good.
Yeah, that's all I've been playing. And besides that, like I said, a lot more of my time was into Dragon's Dogma 2 and playing around that. I'm still not real far into it, and I know probably not as far as you two. I have gotten to use since I'm on PlayStation and Jesus is on PlayStation. I did get to see his pawn named Joy. She is over there chilling. I have not used her yet because, ironically, Jesus, we both created an archer. So
she's
my main pawn is an archer.
She's a mage, though. She's a mage.
Okay, maybe I'll grab her for you for a little while and I'll borrow her.
My chick is a mage, bro.
Okay, I will bring her in because I actually re-rolled my pawn group I had. So I started off with a group initially that were all free, and I was struggling there for a little while. And my pawns kept, how like the banner they give you in between there, and that's what's really cool about this game.
Yeah,
is the pawn. And my one pawn kept going, I can't help but notice our party doesn't have anybody that can heal us, And I'm like, we can
healing. Bring that home,
And then I was telling Gunny earlier before the show, like I ran into this problem, Jesus, where I'm out exploring, right? And I died like once or twice before I got to camp, and I wasn't anywhere near a camp. So I would respawn, and when you respawn, you can't get as much health. Your full health is like a quarter what it was. Or not a quarter, but like 3/4 what it was. Well, then I like died again, right? And so I'm like, oh shit, So I happened to come across this random area where like walking, and one of the pawns is like, hey, I think we can roll these rocks or do some of these rocks. Let's push. I'll help you. And you push on these rocks, and they roll down this hill, and they attack these like crocodile-looking creatures you guys may have seen.
Yeah.
But it's like a whole nest of them, right? So I'm going down there and they kill some of them, and I go in there and I'm fighting all these crocodiles, and we kill them. And I'm like, oh, good deal, right? And the game kind of saves. And all of a sudden the pawn's like, hey, look at that over there. And it's pointing on this edge of the water where we're at, because it was kind of like downhill, right? There's this hole on the side of the wall. It looks like it's a cave. I'm like, oh, there's a cave. This pawn is actually showing me where to go to this cave over here, right? And so like still mess with the climbing mechanics. I go to the edge of it and I try to make this like jump, and I kind of fall in the water, so I get back out as soon as I can, right? Because it like hurts you.
Yeah, it kills you.
My main pawn falls in the water with me. Yeah,
Well,
it
it
didn't
kind of
kill
kills
me
you, but you
instantly,
come back to the edge.
my
Something like
main pawn fell in the water with me, and she died. And then the same thing kind of happened to me. I reappeared on the edge. I was like laying on the ground like I was shipwrecked or something. And I come to, the other two pawns that were with me are still with me. But they're like, hey, don't worry, you can get your pawn back when you go to one of those stones,
Yeah.
when you get back to a city. But here I am really far away from the city, Jesus. And I have two pawns now instead of three. And I am like half of what my health bar would normally be, and that's full. I can't heal myself anymore. It's literally
Damn.
just half of a health bar. I'm like, man, I need to get out of here, right? So I'm looking at the map, Jesus, and I'm planning this out, and I'm like, okay, there's this area I can go this way, and it's gonna be a shorter trip to the town, so I get my pawn back and rest and do all that stuff. And so
Yeah.
I'm like, I go this way, and you go through this old abandoned town, but it's like full of these like pirate people, and they attack me. And there's like six of them, and they like whoop my ass. They're using magic and hitting me with lightning and everything else. And I die again. I respawn. So now I have like literally probably like a quarter of what my health would be when I respawn, and that's full. So I'm like, shit, how am I gonna get? I need to get back to my base, right? So I'm gonna run around the city the long way. So I run around the city the long way. What happens? I run across a bunch of these like those really thick slime things that are walking around, and
Yeah.
one of my two pawns I have left dies to this thing. So I'm over there. I have to go back and get him up, So I'm over getting him up, and the thing
Fuck.
trying to attack me. So I'm trying to rise, like bring back my pawn and heal him. What happens on top of when the slimes attack me? This big ass griffin bald eagle looking bird sees me. He's flying overhead. It starts attacking. So I got like
Yeah.
slime wrapped around me, bad bird like kicking my ass. My pawn's already dead. I'm trying to bring him back to life. I end up dying again. I reload in. Now I have even less health. And I'm like, okay, now I have to like get away from that area. And the bird is like flying right over because there's water I have to cross and there's a bridge. And the bird is just flying back and forth over top of that bridge. And I can't get over there. So I'm like, I guess I need to go a different way. So then I go a
Yeah.
different way.
That's what this game is.
Finally, I find a way I can get around all this crap, and I get back and I am limping back into town. I got my tail between my legs. I'm going in, finally get into town, bring back my pawn so I have a full party. And I end up dropping the two pawns I had with me. And I'm like, I'm gonna respecing all this up. So I brought in a mage and it was a level 12 mage. That way I can have some healing, And then I brought in
Mhm.
another character. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was because I had an archer. I think it was an actual warrior. And so now I have a little bit of a different makeup, but I haven't gone out and done any more quests since. But that has been my experience with this game. But yeah, it was kicking my ass for a while last night. I was like,
I played quite a
dying
bit of
over and
missions
over.
in this game. And so, of course, I got it on the PS5, but I am, honest to God, I am debating buying it again on Steam because I'm like, I think I'll enjoy it more on Steam.
Oh, really? Why is this?
Because on the PS5, I mean,
More friends?
it's good, but like, I don't know, man. Something about this game tells me like you should be playing this on Steam. Maybe I don't know what it is about it, but maybe I should just continue playing on the PS5. Anyways,
Something
bought it on the
something I did use
PS5.
real quick that I liked, and I don't know if you've done this or noticed this on the menu settings and the options. You can actually pull back the camera a little bit. 'Cause
Oh, I
I did
did.
that today.
It
That's
was
the
bothering me, and
first
I
thing I
found
did.
it in the
I did
options.
pull
I'm
it
like,
back
oh,
today.
sweet. They had a slider where I can pull back your POV because I found when I was in buildings, it was too
That's
close.
the first fucking thing I did because my TV is pretty big and it's fucking huge in the living room, man. The TV is big as fuck, and like I was playing, I'm like, this is too zoomed in. Like I can't
Yeah, it was bothering
focus.
me.
Like it's bothering me right now, And I think it's because I play on an ultra wide and I sit so close to my PC, right? That is like a foot away from me. When I'm playing on the TV, I'm like, I want to see more. So first thing I did was pull back the FOV. But my pawn her name is Joy. I named her
Yes.
Joy.
Yep.
And she's a mage. She's a pretty badass little mage. But what happened was we did our first quest. We went to the fucking town with the dude, and then we went to the big city, and then we talked to the captain guy, and he gave us he gives you like three main quests, right? Like talk to the guy in the prison,
That's the one I ran into a problem. It was like go liberate some little soldiers or find some soldiers in this one area and help them out.
Find some soldiers to help out, and then something else like break into the castle and like steal the document from the queen's office or something. So the first thing I did was the magic, the go fight the monsters. I was like, this seems simple enough. I recruited some chick, I don't know who she was. It was like a random player's like pawn. She's just walking around and she's like, hey, I can help you out. And I'm like, fuck it, all right, let's do it. And she was an archer, so I had the mage and the archer with me. And first thing we did, we started doing those quests where we went to go fight these monsters or whatever around like there was 3 different points we had to go to. So we went to the first one, we fought these harpies and these monsters, we killed them. Then we fought some lizard people, we killed them. Then we went and we finally found the cave where there was like the soldiers were at. But the thing is, Mayo, I did not go to the correct spot. I went around and I cut through some bandit camp. And I went to this cave. I started at the end of the cave, not the entrance of the cave. So I was working backwards from the cave. I wasn't working forward from the cave. It was really weird. It was like working backwards. So I ended up going to the cave, right? We did the cave. And then we got to the end of the cave and the guys were at the entrance and they're like, oh, thank you for helping us. Like, did you just come from that way? And it's like, yeah. And he's like, oh, you guys came in from the exit or something. But thank you anyways for helping us out or whatever. And he thanked us. And we went outside. There was a ladder. Okay, this is where the fucking problems start, right? I'm outside, right? And we've been in this cave for like, I don't know, 20 minutes going through this fucking huge cave, just exploring, finding all kinds of cool shit. Me and I forget the chick's name. I think her name was like Ashley or Sarah or something. Anyways, me and this chick and Joy, we're going through the cave. We go through it. We go to the end. We talk to the guy. He tells us, oh, I'll make sure to tell Captain so-and-so that you helped us. It's like, all right, cool. And then it says the objective updates and it says, go talk to Captain Brandt about your quest about fighting the monsters or whatever that you helped out. It's like, all right, I got to get back to town. So I opened up my map. And I see the town is pretty far away. And I'm like, all right, fuck it, we can make it. We get outside, and I don't realize this, Mayo, but it's getting to like be dark. And I don't really pay attention.
Man,
I'm just like, I'm not paying attention. So I climb down the ladder. We keep walking. All of a sudden, it becomes nighttime, dude. Like fucking nighttime. In the middle of the day, just goes pitch black. I'm like, what the fuck? And the pawn, she's like, maybe we should find a camp. And like settle for the night, don't you think?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I'm like, there is no camp near us, motherfucker. We're gonna go through this fucking field, and we're making it. Well, let me tell you what happened. I turn on my lantern, right, and I'm walking, and I can't see shit, but like whatever my lantern is lighting up.
But right in front of you, right?
Yeah, all I see these little things moving around the field, like the grass. It's like these little things running around. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, all right, we'll keep going. And we keep walking, and then Joy turns on her lantern, and the other chick turns on her lantern. And we're surrounded by goblins, dude, like the little goblin creatures. There had to be at least like 20 of them. And they're fighting us, right? So we're fucking fighting them, and we're fucking casting shit. And my guy's a warrior, so I'm over there slashing at them, fucking them up. And we're running, and I start running down the road. I'm like, fuck it, I gotta run. Like, we cannot sit here and fight these guys. They seem to keep spawning. So fuck it, we're gonna run. So we start running. And I don't know, out of nowhere, Mayo, this like demon-looking fucking thing, dude. This thing was huge, man, all right? It looked like the devil came out of the fucking shadows, bro. I'm running down the road like nothing. And I run across this thing that like, all I see is like big-ass horns. This thing that's like towering over my character. He looks like he's like 20 feet tall, dude. This huge fucking creature. He's looking at me, and I'm like, oh, fuck. And the music is playing, you know, like the battle music gets more intense.
Battle music and it's gonna attack, yeah.
I'm like, oh, fuck. I turn around. We're still being chased by like 20 goblins, by the way. So here comes 20 goblins. We got some wolves that joined the pack as well. And this huge 20-foot monster fucking thing that like, he does this weird attack where he like runs at you really fast. So he like runs at you, like he like charges at you and fucking hits you with his horns. And he's fucking me up, dude. Like, he's doing like almost half of my health damage, and I'm trying to hit him, and I'm like, no, fuck this. I'm like, let's run. So the chick dies. The pawn that wasn't my pawn, the other pawn, she died. And we keep running, and Joy's like, hey, don't worry about her. Like, you can bring her back. You got the power to bring her back. We just got to get to a fucking Riftstone or whatever. And I'm like, all right, fuck it. We keep running. And, dude, we, like, didn't make it far. I think I ended up dying. And I had to reload like a fucking some kind of save. I had to reload.
So there's only like two, right? There's load from last save, and then there's load from your last in. Like,
but I
that's
didn't
going
want
to be
to.
your last resort is going to be your last in, because that'll just erase anything you've kind of done since then.
Yeah. So the thing is, I reloaded from last save, and I ended up just like finding a little camp and building a camp, and like not like going that way or whatever. And we just kind of just ran for it, and we kind of made it. But it was hell, dude. It was like scary as fuck at night. Now from there, I ended up doing the other quest where like you break into the castle.
Yeah, I did that one too.
And you get the queen's office or whatever, and you find out like some evidence in her office. So the thing is, I went to the castle, right? And the pawns were like, yeah, the pawns are like, oh no, we can't go in there because we're not allowed. And it's like, okay, I'll go by myself. I get in there, and I attend this masquerade thing. I don't know what the fuck that was about, but they're like, yeah, there's a masquerade thing going on. So I attend this party, dude. There's like all these rich people in there. And it's telling me you got to find the queen and talk to her, try to talk to the queen or whatever. And the queen never showed up. The party kept going. Queen never showed up. The party ended. Queen never showed up. So I ended up sneaking back into the castle. I was walking around. I couldn't get into the office because it was daytime now, because the office is only unlocked between midnight and like 4 a.m. or something. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to go talk to the guy in the prison, the magistrate guy or whatever that's locked up. So I go down to the dungeon, right? And the guard at the entrance is like, oh, yeah, Captain Brandt told me to let you through or whatever. So go ahead and go through. And I'm thinking, all right, Gunny, like this guy let me through. It's obviously like I'm okay to go through here, right? I go down the staircase, like the staircase or whatever. I'm chilling. I walk into this room, and there's a guard walking into the room, and the guard looks at me, and like he doesn't say nothing to me. He just looks at me. And then he keeps walking, and I'm like, I'm thinking, oh well, since the guard upstairs knew that I was supposed to be in here, this guy must know that I could be in here. You know what I mean? Like he must be cool with it. Oh, was I fucking wrong, dude? The motherfucker walked past me. Then he turns around and stabs me right in the back. I'm like, what the fuck?
I think there's two of them down there.
Yeah, like some Game of Thrones type shit. Then like two more guards showed up, and they're all trying to fight me. I'm trying to fight all these guards. Then they fucking handcuff me and throw me in prison. They like fucking tackle me. Like this guard was really strong, dude. All right, listen, this guy he knew how to fight, man, because he fucked me up. And he like tackled me to the ground and put handcuffs on me or something. Next thing you know, I woke up and I'm in a jail cell myself. And it's like, oh, well, it's like, well, now you're in fucking jail and you don't have anything. You don't have any of your gear. So, like it said, try to find a way to escape. And I was like, okay. So I ended up like breaking some vase inside the fucking cell. And it gave me like, it gave me like a makeshift key. And I opened the cell and I just fucking ran out and kept running. And then that happened. So then I go back to the castle. Because I need to get this stupid fucking letter, right? So I'm exploring the castle again. I'm doing all this shit. So what happens when I'm leaving the castle? One of the guards that was the guard that was down at the bottom of the dungeon recognized me from being in the dungeon, and he started chasing me in the fucking castle grounds on top.
Yeah.
Where all the other guards are. So what happens? All the guards in the fucking castle get alerted. And they're all chasing me, dude. Like fucking 25 of the knights.
Hitman again or something.
I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm running out of the castle, right? I'm like, I gotta get to my pawns because they're gonna help me fight these guys. So I run out of the castle. My pawns are like, oh, I'm with you, my lord or whatever. They're like with me and shit. These guards run out and my pawns start fucking them up. My fucking Joy's casting like lightning bolts and shit at them and fire. and the other, I have like this guy who's like he's an assassin, so he's like really fucking fast, dude. Like he will legit run that motherfucker, and he jumps on top of him. He jumps on top of him, and he's like fucking stabs him hella fast. And then the other guy is an archer. So I have like a mage, an archer, and the assassin guy, and me as the warrior. So I kind of have like a balanced group, and we're fighting all these guards, and we kill them all. And it says the game all of a sudden tells me like, "Hey, you killed an NPC, but don't worry, you can resurrect anyone because you're the Arisen. You just gotta go to like a fucking stone thing, and like
you go to the morgue.
Whatever, you can revive everyone." It says. She says like, you just gotta go revive whoever you want to revive. And I'm like, why would I revive the guards? They're the fucking guards. They're attacking me. But it said you can revive anyone. And I'm like, whatever. So I keep walking through town, right? I'm chilling. I'm walking through town, and I get to the ox cart because my next mission is pretty far away. And I'm thinking, all right, I gotta get to the ox cart because the ox cart is gonna give me a ride to the next mission. Well, I get to the ox cart, Gunny, and what happens? The fucking guard at the ox cart starts attacking me because somehow the whole town has been alerted that I'm some kind of fucking murderer guy or whatever.
You gotta change your mask.
So all these guards start running at me, dude, from the city. They all start coming at me. I start attacking the guards, right? Because they're hitting my people. My characters are fighting back, and I'm fighting back. What happens then? The fucking citizens, the people in the town, start attacking me too.
Yeah,
so now, like me and like three of my other people, me and the three people in my squad, we're just fucking murdering everyone, dude. It's like a massacre, bro. We're legit like, dude, I'm through dying everyone in this bitch. I'm fucking like I do like this pretty, like I'm a warrior, so I have like this crazy attack to like, you like lunge at people with your sword and you stab them really hard, and then you can like, if you stab them really hard, you can like push the sword in even more.
Yeah,
and, like,
I think that's the Sundering Strike. I use that a lot.
And you could fucking hear it like in their chest. You go like, you fucking push them the sword more, and they're like fucking struggling. And then you can like fucking lunge them in the air and like throw them over you, and then they like slide off your sword or whatever. It's like some crazy shit. And I'm fucking murdering all the guards, right? I'm murdering all the guards. The poor little like woman that was right there trying to fight me, I fucking stab her, chop her head off. You know, my assassin guy's like jumping on top of like a little kid and stabbing him like 50 times. We're murdering everything, dude. Everything in sight. Like,
just rampage, huh?
But you know, the thing is, I think the pawns went like crazy. Like they started murdering everything. Like I stopped after a while. You know, I'm like, you know what? Like maybe we could stop and maybe they'll like let us like surrender. Right. Maybe.
No, walk away maybe after like time. Lose aggro.
Like, hey, guy, like, yeah, like we'll surrender. You know, could take us to jail or whatever. But no, my pawns are going nuts. Like, especially the assassin guy. He's like going crazy. He's like lost his shit, and he's out there just stabbing the horses. I think he stabbed the fucking ox in the neck or something. He's like killing every fucking thing, dude. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, chaos.
Needless to say, I had to completely scrub that whole thing, dude. Like, the next time I loaded in, I was like, reload from in, because I was like, ain't no way I'm loading into this game where half the city is like dead because we murdered the half of the major half of the major city in the game. We just fucking murder all of them.
Yeah, because I think if you notice when you pull your weapon out, like immediately, like the guards, NPCs, everybody's like on edge, like what's going on? Everybody starts pulling their weapons, right? Because you pulled yours.
Like the guard's like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Like, put that shit away. Like, what the fuck? He's like, I'm not playing your shit. Like, put your shit away. And I'm like, fuck you, man. But yeah, like you're right. Yeah, I had my sword out, man. We fucked everybody up, dude.
I think I kind of tested that, Jesus, in my earlier last week, because I was trying to complete a mission with the guy that keeps following you like he's in your shadow. And I didn't know to press the right trigger to grab him was to start the animation to complete the quest. I was like, I kept like, since I only had the two-handed sword and I had to get his attention, I was, shoulder checking him, right? Like a bull charge almost.
Yeah.
And so what happened was I did that near some guards and then NPCs, and then this fight kind of broke out between the guards and NPCs. And I'm like, no, because I already had to resurrect the guy from the morgue, and that cost me a lot of coin and a wake stone. So I put my sword away like immediately, and I'm like, all right, everybody, just chill out, relax, calm down. And they kind of fought for a little bit, and then I kept running away from them. And then I was pressing down on the D-pad that's the command for your pawns to kind of follow you, like
wait, back to you, yeah.
And they do a pretty good job. Like they don't stick around. They're like, Master's giving us a command. We should listen to him. I'm like, yeah, listen to me. Get over here. Stop fighting.
Yeah.
And they did. So there was no real scuffle after that.
So I learned my lesson about the nighttime, and I learned my lesson about aggroing NPCs, man, because they will fuck you up. They will fuck you up. But today, I was playing again, and I did that mission again where you sneak into the castle, right? I was dressed as like some noble. Like I somehow broke into like the prince's bedroom, and I stole like a coat, and it said,
"Yeah, I got that too."
It said this coat is like a noble coat or whatever, and it says this coat is worn by the people who've done like they're awarded this coat by doing the highest deed for the kingdom or whatever. And there's also like a hidden thing behind the throne, like where the king sits or whatever, like in the throne room or whatever. I think it's called the throne room. I don't know what it's called, but where the actual like Game of Thrones fucking throne is, like so you go in there, and if you walk behind the throne, there's a chest, and in there's like some like it's like a cape or like a fucking thing you put on your guy.
Yeah, I believe there's a cape back there.
And it says by wearing this cape, you're showing that you were honored in the highest regard by the king or whatever. Like you pretty much receive like the fucking Medal of Honor or something. So you kind of walk around the castle. Like if you dress up as a noble, you can walk around the castle all day long, and the guards really don't question it. No wonder
I've never gotten attacked.
Yeah, the guards don't really question it because the guards are like, "Oh, you're a noble. You belong in the castle. Like you belong here." Like so you just take away all your swords and shit. Like take away your shield and your sword and everything, and take away like your helmet. And you dress as a noble. You can just walk around the castle like nothing, dude. And that's what I did. And I ended up, and then I ended up finding there's a guard station outside somewhere, and I found like a royal guard armor. Like it said, this is worn by the guards at the castle or whatever. So I put all that shit on, and when I walked into the dungeon to talk to the magistrate guy in the prison cell, the guy at the entrance was like, "Oh yeah, the captain told me to let you through," and he lets you through. But when you go down there, the guards down there don't attack you because you're dressed as a guard. It's like, oh fuck! Like this game really takes all that into account. Like if you're dressed as a guard, they think you're a fucking guard. If you're dressed as a noble, they're going to question why you're down at the dungeon. You know what I mean?
Do you have to wear the helmet too? Because I always wear the helmet just in case.
Yeah, I think you do because I did. So I wore the helmet. I wore all the armor, and I went down there to talk to the guy. And I opened the cell up, and I just walked in, and he let me talk to him. And then I did that quest. But yeah, man, like I noticed that like in the castle, inside the castle, you cannot wear the armor for the guards that are outside because the guards inside wear a different type of armor, but they don't wear helmets. They all have like no helmets on. But the guards outside have helmets on or whatever. They could wear helmets or no helmets. So like it's different for the different guards. So you got to make sure you're wearing the appropriate fit, walking into certain sections, and the guards kind of don't fuck with you. Like you kind of trick them into thinking you're one of them. You know what I mean? So they kind of just ignore you. If you, I don't know. I've never stood like in front of the guard for like a long time. Maybe like they'll recognize you after a while. I'm like, hey, who the fuck are you, man? But like they never. I kind of just walk past them, and they kind of just walk past me and look at me, and they just kind of keep walking, like, oh, whatever. Like,
I think it's just the cape that they allow, like that makes you like a noble. Because I've just had the cape, and I've not had a problem with them attacking me.
I made sure to get like everything on. Like when I went down to the fucking dungeon, I had some cape on for the guards, and I had all the guard armor on. I was like, I want to make sure I look like a fucking guard, so like they don't think that I don't belong down here. You know what I mean? And sure enough, they just let me down there, and they were like, "Oh, it's cool, man. You just stay down here and fucking do whatever you want."
I had a totally different experience than you, Jesus, on that torn note mission, and that was without me. Too. That was so for me, like without YouTubing anything. Like it just said, "Hey, go to the castle and I saw like the yellow thing and I'm like, oh, it's the back door. Or it might have even said go to the back door. So as soon as I walked in through the back door, because at the front, like you said, Jesus, they'll be like, you can't come in. So I went back there. And as soon as you walk in that room, that's where they had the chest to dress up like basically like a knight. And so I did that, dressed up like the knight. And I walked in and I went to where the mission cursor is. And I'm like, huh, it's not here. So it must be on another level. And I think I just got lucky because I turned around, went back, and I'm like, oh, there's some stairs. Climbed up the stairs, went to the room where the cursor is, and boom, as soon as I walked in, I found the note. And then that's when, without spoilers, something happens then. And then then the guy's like, hey, just go ahead and get out of here. And of course, the animation points towards an open window. I'm like, boom, down the window, down, out.
You jumped out the window? I went back out the door down the staircase.
Because it shows the window. So I thought, let me see what's out the window. Maybe there's a chest out here that I might have missed or something.
No,
but
I mean, I saw that it showed the window, but in my head, it didn't even occur to me to go to the window. It just said, wait for the guard to be distracted and then run out. And I was like, okay, I'm going to do that. So I waited for the person to talk to the guard, and I kind of heard them walk away a little bit. And I fucking ran out the door and hoping that no one was out there. And there wasn't. They were like, they had their backs turned to me. And I just kind of ran down the hallway and ran downstairs and ran out.
Yeah, see, I didn't even go to any masquerade or anything, but I did walk around the castle for a little bit. You could explore it. I think it's got to be the Cape. Because you can just go through the back door and nobody is alerted, even, as long as you don't go near that front door. As long as you stay within it.
Oh.
But I think, like you said, with the actual
I
dungeon, those two guys will...
They'll fuck you up. They will fuck you up.
Oh, so this is what I learned early on, Jesus. He's even at a lower level. And this is, again, no YouTube involved. When you go down to finish that mission where it's the black guy he's in the cell and he's talking about, hey, you need to find a place. I need to find a place. I'll leave this cell if you can find me a place with a lot of knowledge. And I'm thinking like, library, what's up? I have no idea.
Yeah.
So, okay. So that's when the two guards, like you said, he did the same thing, like where I walked by him and then he stabs me with a sword. I'm like, you son of a, So then I realized when I hit him the first time, like, oh my gosh, health bar not going down. Yeah. Locked me up in prison. I was in a jail cell myself. Right. And then I think early on, like you said, it might have been in a vase or you received that. It's called a goal key, right? GAOL. Yeah, I remember that. Like you can even like get that duplicated, by the way, so that you have a permanent one. But then, the option is bust through the wall or whatever, the crumbly wall. And then as soon as you walk like outside of it, like once you're outside, like that's when you get all your inventory back.
Yeah, you get all your shit back. Yeah.
So one of the things I learned, Jesus, just on my own, when I thought, well, fuck, I'm just going to go back in there. So you go back in there all the way up the steps or all the way down the steps, right? Because I think it starts you from the bottom. You're in the dungeon all the way back up. And then I go in and I kind of aggro the guys, right? And I'm like, well, what happens if I bring them outside? Because that's when your party can be with you. And basically you're on a fucking cliffside with stairs. And so I aggroed them, got them down, and then they finally came outside. And then that's when me and my party fought them and ended up. So basically I got them down to like a pretty decent health, or at least my party did with their help, three other pawns. And I'm like, you know what? They're kind of busy. I'm going to run back to the cell because there's nobody in there. And sure enough, man, I ran back in there. I'm like, I had plenty of time because they were busy, Yeah. And I was able to say, yeah, let's go. Let's come out. So then by the time I got out, the guards were already dead. It was cool. Like I thought, I actually found out a little, like, how to freaking like fudge this quest, So it was good.
But yeah, man, like that's the one thing that right now I'm at that same point of the story where I got to go find that knowledge place or whatever. So I did the masquerade. I didn't find the queen at the masquerade or whatever. I talked to the guy, the magistrate. He told me to find a place of knowledge. I talked to some other guy. He told me to go find some sculptor in some town. I don't want to do that yet. I talked to the guard about something else, the captain about some other shit he wanted me to do, about helping the prince or somebody. I don't know who the fuck I'm supposed to help. And I'm like, all right, I got
escort. Is that the escort mission?
I don't know, but at this point, I'm thinking, do I continue playing on the PlayStation, or do I switch to the PC and start over? What do I do? I don't know what to do. I'm stuck.
Yeah, I don't know.
I could continue playing on the PlayStation. It's easy. It's already there. Or I can restart on the PC.
I don't know. You're early on, but what would be your purpose of playing on the PC? Like just mouse and keyboard? Would it be?
I feel like
rate?
this game is a mouse and keyboard game. Doesn't it feel like a mouse and keyboard game to you, Mayo? Just the way that you have to manage the way you have to constantly manage your inventory, get in there.
Inventory, yeah, like going through that, I could see. It would be
like
a little better.
It feels like a mouse and keyboard game to me. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Maybe I should just stick to it. I already paid for it, right? Maybe I should just stick with what I have.
Stick with what you have, buddy. You get to play it in 4K and capped at 30.
The game is. I mean, the performance isn't terrible. I'm not sitting there. I'm thinking, looking at the graphics. I think the game looks pretty fucking good. It doesn't look terrible. Like, I'm assuming on the PC it could probably look better. Yeah, but I'm like, what's the trade? I'll have to start all over. I have to hire new people. I have to make new characters. I have to do all these fucking quests again. I have to find all these wake stones that I've already found, because I have like 3 of them, dude. Of like these whatever the fuck, those stone things. I have like a bunch of them. Like,
the fairy stones.
Yeah, the captain gave me one, and then when I went to random dungeons, dude. Because when I was running around, the assassin guy, he's like, I've been here before. He's like, me and my master went through here one time, and I think there's like a cave over here or something. He's like, I could take you to it. And then I put, okay, lead me. And then he's like, all right, follow me. And then I fucking followed him, and he took me to like this crazy fucking place that had like all these things, dude. I'm like, what the fuck?
When they do that, when they say lead me, you just hit the push up on the D-pad, right? Just
and then he'll go. Yeah,
I saw in the tutorial, but I tried it one time when they were saying something and then it didn't really lead me anywhere. So I was like, maybe I did it wrong.
I don't think it works that way, guys. I don't think it works that way.
Sometimes though, like say you press go and the guy says, okay, follow me. If you start walking the other way, the other pawns will be like, hey, look, you're not the leader, man. Shut the fuck up and just follow what the leader says. So they'll just give up. They won't lead you anymore.
I think what happens is, so a couple things happen, right? Because if down on the D-pad is kind of like where they kind of they stick around you, up on the D-pad is, right, they kind of go in front of you. But yeah, like let's say a pawn is like, hey, I was here once with my former master, or my master, and he was, there was a chest. And sometimes it will show up on your mini map, but a lot of times what'll happen is you'll notice if you start to follow him, he or she might stop and actually point in the direction. So they won't actually go to it. They'll just point like, hey, it's kind of up that hill a little bit.
I've seen them point and say like, oh, what is that? And they'll point at like a statue or something like that. That's what happened when my main pawn died, because they were like, hey, what is that? And they pointed at this cave on the side of the cliff, and it was by the water. And that's when I tried to get over there. I'm like, oh, they're telling me I need to go over there, And so I tried to get over there, and that's when I fell in the water and got respawned, and then my pawn died, and everything went south from there,
But this game is a lot of fucking fun, man. I'm having a blast with it. I don't know about you, but I've talked to the kid who's like in the town that's like doing mischief or whatever. I like ran into him multiple times, and finally I said, you know what, I'm gonna talk to him. And I talked to him, and there's like a whole quest line with that kid. Like,
yeah,
there's like a whole thing where like you pay him money to buy something, and then he buys it, and he's like, hey, look, he's like, I'll pay you back, but like, don't tell my mom I'm out here. And it's like, what do you mean? And he's like, well, I live in the castle. I'm a noble kid or whatever, but I can't be out here, but I'll come out here sometimes. And if you find me, just find me and I'll start paying you back for this. Like, I'll pay you back whatever I owe you. So I give him like 1,000 gold, right? I'm like, you little motherfucker, you better give me my money back. And sure enough, I ran into him like a day later or 2 days later. And he's like, hey, look, man, I don't have all your money, but here's like 250 gold. I'll get the rest later. Like, just find me in a few days and I'll have more money for you. And then that kind of just continues. And there's like another quest I have with like I have to like watch what's his name? There's like a guy in the middle of town. He's like a bard and he's telling like stories, right? Like by the
that's
fountain.
beggar. I finished that quest. That was good.
And I have to follow him, and it says you have to follow him and see what he does at night or whatever when he goes home. And I'm like, do I have to literally sit here and watch this guy all day long? Like,
so Jesus, I had to YouTube this one because I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do? Because it does say like, even in the YouTube video, I think one of the comments or even the guy says on there, you have to wait 10 to 20 minutes sometimes. And I'm like, wait, what? So I just kind of let it run, and hopefully I don't feel like it was more than 5 minutes. I think it depends on the time of the day.
Did you guys just let him tell his stories and then follow him around or something?
Yeah, I feel like I had to let him tell the story twice. And then, yeah, I think it depends on when it starts reaching night. As long as you're standing within that vicinity, you could probably get it down to just tell him the story one time. And then he'll just kind of walk away, but you got to be close to him, not right next to him, but in the vicinity. And then he will start walking away. And I think it's just like Hitman, Jesus. You don't want to get too close to him. Just kind of follow his pace.
But then, like I have another quest where like I helped this little girl out in some town. I helped her out, and I gave her something that she needed because she said she went there from the city.
Medicine.
That her grandpa sent her there for something, for medicine, and she needed it. And I just so happened to have it in my inventory. I was like, oh, fuck it. Here you go. You can have it. And she's like, oh, I'll get back to town and I'll tell my grandpa about it. But I don't know what town she lives in because I went back to town and the dude didn't mention anything about his granddaughter fucking coming back. So I'm like, did she even make it back? Is she dead somewhere, like in the road?
You'll meet her again in Burnsworth.
No, yeah, I met her. I've not in as far in the game as you, Jesus. And she will meet her again. Market area. She was in the market in Vinsworth, and then she like right away it was like, "This is my grandpa," and then he starts talking to you, and he's like, "Oh, I'm in debt to you," and he like can sell you some stuff, and so that's kind of.
I won't tell you the rest of it, Jesus, but yeah, go by the statue because there's different vendors there, and so she is. Yeah, I won't say any more, but she is near that statue.
And I also got a house. I got a house with some lady. She gave me a house. She was like, "Hey," I'm like, "What's up?" She's like, I don't know you, but I'm leaving town and I need someone to house sit for me. Can you watch my house?
7 days.
And I thought, like, is this a fucking trap? And she was like, no, just meet me over here by my house and I'll let you in. And I went over there and she let me in her house. And she was like, yeah, I'll be back in a week. Bye. I'm like, does she legit just come back in a week and like what happens then? Kicks me out or what happens? Like,
so she'll offer you the house for 10,000 gold, is it, Mayo?
I don't know. I believe actually, when I talked to her, I like stopped the conversation because I was in the middle of a quest when I came across her. You know, like when you're like, in the process of doing something, and she come running up to me, and I was like, I'm not messing with this right now, and I don't want anything else on my screen. So I like left the conversation. So I think I didn't like say no or anything like that. I just say like cancel or whatever it was, and it was just like left the conversation. So I need to go back to her.
So she gave me a house and I went in there. But the thing is, I put all my people's shit in the chest. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, wait. I'm like, what happens if she comes back and kicks me out of this motherfucker? Do I lose all this stuff in this chest? Because I got like some like rare shit in there, like some gold fucking eyeballs and shit that I killed creatures from, and like
it's all one universal chest, no matter where you go.
Oh, it's all okay.
Why have you not put that stuff in the inn then? Because in the inn you can keep it.
Same chest. It's all universal.
Yeah, because if you put your stuff in the inn, if you go talk to the innkeeper, there's like a storage thing on there, right? And then it even tells you in the tutorial, like in some of the tutorial type videos, if you can put fruit and stuff in there, it doesn't get affected by time. So like you know how stuff will get rotten over time, like the apples and all that stuff. If you put a fresh apple in there, it stays fresh until you pull it out of there. Then it'll start rotting again. So as
I didn't know that. I just constantly eat all my shit though.
You can put it in there, and that will stay good.
But you could also ripen. You can also ripen stuff, Jesus, in your inventory on purpose. By the way, there is a use for it. Like it'll make maybe some better.
I make potions. I make like I constantly make like healing potions off like apples and some fucking apples, grapes, and like some fucking vine or some shit, some grass.
Some
And
grapes, some dried seeds.
I'm always making the fucking healing potions because I got a lot of them because I'm like constantly getting in fights, dude.
Yeah, and then you got to give them your pawns, because then they'll use them on their own. Like I was doing that a lot as well.
It's the fruit Roborant. That's what you want to make. Is
Gunny, you're saying if I don't buy the house, I'll have all that stuff at the end anyways?
Yeah, you'll have it at the end. You'll have it at any town that has a chest. It'll all be there. So it's all universal. There's a name for it, like in Minecraft, Mayo. Like how you make a chest, but you make it.
I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, it's all one chest.
If it's all one chest, I'm okay then.
I love how the game works with the pawn system and how it works. I sent you guys some videos in Discord there, but the video is, I don't know if you guys have seen this naturally or not. My boy was telling me about it. It's a video of Shroud playing, and the pawns are just like smart about different things, right? And like it shows in the first clip, Shroud jumps off like a cliff, and the pawn runs down to the bottom real quick and catches him right before he hits the ground. And he's like, "Oh, don't worry, I got you, buddy." And then the pawn sits him down. But the next clip they shown was really funny. It shows Shroud there with his main character, and he's talking to like a townswoman, right? Like almost like a farmer or something. And the woman starts smacking him. She just starts backhanding his main character, right? And he's not doing anything. He's just like, "Oh, what the fuck's going on," right? And next thing you know, his pawn just runs up and just lights her on fire. And the other pawn comes in and starts hitting her with electricity. And they just killed the random NPC because it was attacking their main, your character. And so they just randomly on their own just start attacking a townsperson because it hit you. It like smacked your character
I'm telling you,
twice. And they lit it on fire, hit it with lightning.
The whole city.
Yeah, and they just went to town, and it was funny because then Shroud was like walking on. He had a little clip. Then after that, he's like talking to somebody. He's like, "Hey, you want to hit me too?" Kind of thing. It's just
I remember you can do that in Skyrim. So they took a lot from that game. Some things from that game and put it in here. But yeah, I think the kind of way to evade it is just put your weapon away and run away, right? And then go sit on a bench or let time pass or something. So it kind of everybody kind of forgets about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody's licking their wounds at that point. Like, all right, it was a good beating, But unless you actually killed some NPCs, which I'm sure some don't matter, but some might be quest givers, or maybe some of the guards could be kind of quest givers as well. So that might be a reason to revive any of them.
Probably the one thing I ran into was kind of
not all
the
guards.
worst thing that I had a hard time with was like one time I was doing the one quest. I'm out in the forest or whatever, right? And I come across like some people fighting. And I couldn't tell like if someone were good guys or bad guys. Like someone the obvious like the goblins and stuff. But there's other ones that are like bandits, right? And they would just like start attacking me. But then there are other ones that look, like they're like other soldiers and stuff, and they don't do anything. So like I've had times where you just come up and these people are randomly fighting like whatever, like some of the crocodile things or whatever. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to go help. I go help and I start killing the crocodile things, and all the people turn and start attacking me. And I'm like, oh, what the heck? I just helped you, Then other times they're like over here like, hey, will you hire me? I'm like, how do you tell the difference?
So what I do, Mayo, is I've noticed the same thing, right? So I swing first and then I ask questions later. Because I'll notice, like, if it is like an NPC that's not...
I attack the NPC, they're like, ow, they're holding a hand over their heads and running, and I'm like, oh, my bad.
Because I've had some of the NPCs, like you said, that as long as they don't have that health meter over their head or whatever, because I've swung and it just kind of went through them, just like it would with your own pawn, where I'm like, oh, okay, so they're kind of neutral or whatever. They were just fighting them, but they're not going to fight me. But then there are some that will. They'll like... like, no, I'm killing you and the freaking little
I had
creatures,
little archers shooting at me, and just different things happen before me. And I'm like, what the heck? I didn't even do anything to you. They just come up and other times I walk up to people and they're friendly, but I just never know. Like, I'm always so careful because like from a distance, sometimes they'll attack you as you're walking up. And other times they're friendly. So I'm like, okay, is this like friend
or they could be potential pawns, right? Like you'll notice them walking down a main road, where if you kind of like get close to them or maybe stop for a second, they will stop and say, I'll fight to the death for you, master. Hire me, right? And then I usually just hit cancel because I always have like a full crew. The only time I will say yes, and this has happened several times now, Mayo, and I don't know if this is a glitch in the game or what, but I always make sure like I have my sorcerer as my main pawn, and she does a great job at healing, and I make sure I keep her leveled up and keep her armor and her jewelry piece and anything that's on her, and try to keep that. I'll level up that stuff as well. I'll enhance her equipment as well as mine. As far as like any of the vocations, like I usually just pick them out. I'll choose something that's expensive for her, and then I'll equip it. And I'll be like, that one looks good. That's a better version of that one. So it's usually just like, it's like 1, 2, I think it's 4 different things that she can do. So I did add levitations. That's cool to kind of watch, because me as a warrior, and then watching her, go out and
my
levitate. I'm like, where are you going? She's trying to kill some harpies.
Or like rogue type character, right? And when I made my pawn, I made an archer to come with me, so somebody keep a distance, and I'm doing like melee, right?
I keep saying sorcerer, but she's a mage.
Yeah. Now I'm like, I kind of wish I had like that in my group, and I kept getting we need healing, but I had another for a minute there. I had another like thief in my group, but she kept dying. Like she would just all the time. I'm like, I was making so many health potions just for her. Like she was always running in there, and and getting in the thick of the fight, and she would be like a quarter health coming out. And all the other ones are keeping their range, like they're all like full health yet. And this girl and then my pawn, she's a quarter health like every fight. I'm like, would you just like not take so much damage for once,
Right?
Like,
yeah.
I'm always, let me make you another heal potion, and then I'd make it and give it to her, and then she would heal herself. And I'm like, okay, we're good. Next fight we get into, her health bar is red again. I'm like, would you just like quit and do something? But
yeah, I've had it happen now like at least 3 times with my archer. So I'll go find a good archer in the Rift, and I'll be like, all right, you're a level 27. And so, yeah, you got to be a badass. One thing I don't know, Mayo, I think you can do it if you want. And I haven't tried it because it's not like I really want to risk it. And that is to buy any kind of armor or enhance any armor for your pawns that you've, got from the Rift.
I don't know.
I've tried
only done mine. I've done myself and my pawn, but I didn't understand the whole enhancing thing. Like the first time you go to enhance something, right? I enhanced like my armor and my weapon and everything for my character. I didn't really see what the requirements were to enhance it, and so but it let me. Like I know I had it in my inventory. It just let me enhance it, and then the next one it says like, oh, you need this, and I'm like, oh, okay, I need something. But I didn't know what the requirements was for the first level, and I was like,
no, it doesn't tell you what it is. Just like it's not until you actually need it, like it'll say, oh, you're missing a scrap iron. You need 4 out of 4
I
on the
didn't know what
iron.
I was missing in my inventory, and I didn't. You maybe done this, and I have not gone this far yet either. The weapon enhancements. So are those things that you find throughout the game, like the goblin claw or whatever, like some skin? It'll say this can enhance a weapon. Is that what your weapon enhancements are? Is it using those, and it just doesn't like?
Yeah, it'll tell you like pretty much all that stuff, or like you said, the lizards are the saurians, and then there's another creature that's just like them. So one of my things, Mayo, I've been doing for the last couple days is sometimes I'll need like a saurian tail, or the other one, it begins with an S. They look alike. I think the other one's kind of like a more of that hardstone crocodile thing. And I'm always like pressing Y on the controller for that like chop, So to make sure I can try to chop off a tail, I take more damage doing it, and it doesn't always drop either. Like the tail will come off, it doesn't give me the piece.
Gunny, are you playing a warrior class? What class are you?
Yeah, warrior. So I immediately went
a warrior
from
too. Hey, did you know that you can? So, like, I don't know if you fought how many trolls you fought, but I fought quite a few of them, and I learned a trick about fighting trolls. You can actually jump really high and like stab. If you stab the fucking troll as you're jumping, you'll hang on to the troll, dude. So you're like hanging on to the troll with your sword stabbed into him, and then you can stab him with like a little side dagger and shit. Like you could be on top of him, just fucking hanging on to him, stabbing him, dude. It's fucking so awesome. That's so fucking cool, dude.
I had a thief, and when you do with those, is you climb on top of them. And if you can get on top of their head and their back, when you stab anything from behind, it does way more damage.
Yeah,
and you have
dude.
this ability to light your blades on fire. So you have those twin daggers. You light those on fire, and then you start just hacking away at its back, and it's just like chop, 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 and its health drops quick.
She'll light my shit on fire, right? She'll be like, I grant you fucking fire, whatever the fuck damage.
Fire damage.
It'll light my sword on fire, and then I jump up there and I'm fucking stabbing the troll, dude.
Or the fire ability, yeah. Or the ice ability.
One time, the motherfucker, it was funny. I was like on his hip, dude, like on his ass, stabbing the shit out of it. I'm like fucking stabbing it. And the fucker took off running. I scared the fuck out of me because I'm like, oh, holy fuck, what's he doing? The motherfucker, because my group was fucking him up. So he took off running, dude, like away from my group. He just took off running like a maniac, just ran down the path. My group was trying to chase him down, right? Because they're trying to keep up. And this motherfucker started climbing the mountain. He was like climbing up the mountain. And I'm like, what the fuck's he doing? Because my stamina is going down. Because the more you hang on to them, the more your stamina starts to drain.
Right.
And if you run out of stamina, you let go. And this motherfucker starts climbing a mountain. I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh, fucking shit. I'm like, I'm going to fall and die off this motherfucker right now. He climbed to the top of the mountain and jumped down from the top of the mountain to get me off of him. He like landed on his ass from the top of the mountain, dude. I'm like, what the fuck?
I've had him do that too. Like,
so how do you do that? You have to like when you go to jump, you have to press the right trigger at the same time.
For me, it's triangle on the PlayStation. So as I'm jumping, there's like it's a certain type of attack where like I instead of like
it's an ability,
it's the same attack as like the one I told you where my character runs at somebody with like his sword straight out and like stabs him in the chest and like pushes the sword in. Is that same attack?
Okay,
but instead you're running, as you're doing it, you just press X to jump at the last second and he'll jump up as high as he can and you'll land on the back of the fucker or whatever. Or if he's laying on the ground before he stands up, you can jump on his neck and like just fucking keep stabbing him on the neck, dude. And
so
it does a lot of damage.
It might be the surging strike. So yeah, that's one of my favorites. It does so much damage.
And then I don't get it, but like I had that stupid question. You guys probably had it too. It's one of the first ones that pops up where they tell you to go to like this guild hall or whatever. Then you go there and the guy tells you, bring me a 2-handed sword and a fucking whatever to unlock this.
Yeah, the bow, I think it was.
So I went and I had all this shit. Then I found the 2-handed sword. And I went back there and it unlocked it, but it told me that I needed it. So do you want to switch class? But you'll be at like level 0. I'm like, no, like what was the point of this quest? I thought he was gonna like grant me an extra class ability. No, it's just to switch your class. Like you can pay to switch your class.
Yeah. So you do pay for it, and then once you say yes, I want to switch it. Yeah, I guess you will be at a level 1, but then you will get like some hobo rag attire that goes with it. That's for that class.
Because I switched to a mage,
like a helmet, boots,
and then it gave me like all the hobo shit for a mage, and then I clicked archer, and it gave me all the hobo shit for the archer, and I'm like, I clicked like 3 different things, and it was like 500 coins each, and he gave me like hobo shit for everything. I'm like,
yes,
I don't want any of this shit. My guy became over encumbered. Yeah, my guy became over
from your inventory too. I mean,
so that's what I did. I fucking went straight to the fucking vendor and I sold all that shit. I gave Joy, like, I looked at the stats of this shit. I was like, maybe my characters can use some of this, and I try to equip whatever they could use, and then I sold the rest of it because my guy was over encumbered. There's another problem with this game. The over encumbered thing, I cannot.
Yeah, too much.
I cannot get past that, dude. Like my characters can't carry enough. Joy can't carry enough. The other guy, the fucking assassin guy,
lightning bug things you find on the trees. You've seen those, right?
Oh yeah, I always forget about those, but I have used them.
Not a lightning bug, so it's like a golden
beetles?
bug. Yes, it's a beetle on the side of a tree,
the
right?
beetles
are for encumbrance. To increase your weight.
Yeah.
But my armor is really light. My character's pretty light all the time. But and I don't have I'm not carrying my backpack or anything, and my weapons are light. My armor's light.
But the thief or whatever, he can't carry a lot because compared to like what I can carry, compared to what the thief of my group can carry, I can carry like 5 times the amount of shit that fucker can carry.
Yeah. And I think
right now he has like his clothes that he has on, he has his daggers, a lantern, and like a camping kit, and he's already like almost halfway full. I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
I think it depends on the character size and stuff in the class. Like I seen a video where they're saying like if you make a small character and that's kind of good for the thief, which mine isn't real small. Their stamina actually refills faster than like a normal size character and stuff like that. So
Oh.
I think it goes into a factor like how big and strong your character is too. So if you make a smaller character, they're going to be quicker and recover stamina faster. And the bigger, stronger people are going to be able to carry more but move a little slower.
Interesting.
So one of the things I've done is, like, let's say if I'm really on a tear and I'm on my way to my next destination and I've acquired a lot of things. Yeah, I will give them to my main pawn. But then also I'm like, fuck, I'm really just bursting at the seams here. I'll use one of those golden beetles. I think that's what they're called. They actually glow. You can really see them off the side of a tree. And what I'll do is I'll take those, like the slate colored horns and all these different things that I feel like I'm not going to miss. And I will spread them out between the other two pawns.
Yeah, I start combining items too. That way I can get less.
Does the beetle bullshit run out eventually, or does it stay forever?
No, I think it's permanent.
No, I thought
okay.
Are you sure? I thought it.
I don't know.
I just assumed they were temporary.
I thought because it says like you can now carry 0.15.
Yeah, I thought it was permanent too because I used them all up at once. I just used them all.
Yeah, I thought it was temporary until you got to your, until the day, till time,
I just figured
went forward or something like you'd lose it.
Increments. They just let you carry more. It's like a character development to where you can become stronger and carry more as you find more of those hidden.
Yeah, that's the way this game levels up for anybody listening. Like, just your vocation level, and every time you kind of level up, that's when your vocation level for weapons goes up and your encumbrance.
I already have my vocation for my warrior like halfway full. Like it's I leveled it up pretty fast, but I'm fighting everything.
Yeah,
dude.
I did as well. Like I fought everything too, and I'm not as far as you guys. And most of my stuff, it's like all those skills and stuff that you can buy. I had so much money, I just pretty much buy whatever I wanted. It was like boom, 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 boom. Next tab, boom, boom, boom. And then I like how your pawn is separate. So then I did all hers as well. So I have a lot of their abilities unlocked already and everything.
I'm also not keen about switching my pawns out, and I know that there's probably like better pawns out there than the ones that I have. Right now I have a guy named Leonki or whatever, then I have a guy named Reed, and he's the assassin. And Reed is kind of a dumbass. He's always trying to be like the leader. Like he's always constantly like, hey, follow me. I know where we're going. Like every time we get into town, he's like, oh, follow me.
Oh yeah,
follow me. And then
that is annoying.
Then my pawn, my Joy, the other pawn, is like, yo, man, shut the fuck up. You're not the fucking leader. Maybe we should just follow the leader, huh? And not you. So how about you shut up? Like she's always constantly telling them to shut the fuck up until I just follow me because I know what I'm doing.
The master has spoken. We must obey. Thank you.
And then the other guy,
let him know.
Then Leonki, he's just chilling. He's always just like quiet. And then randomly though, they will talk shit about like things. They'll be like, like I remember my last guy, he kicked me out of his group because I did this. It's like random shit. Like it's funny, like the constant banter between them as you're walking through like a fucking canyon or whatever to the next fucking mission. You're just chilling, walking through a forest or whatever, a mountainside, a village, a fucking field, and they're just kind of just bullshitting with each other, Like, I remember when we did this with my other guy, and he was kind of weird, or like this guy, like he'll be like, I was with this guy one time, and all the people in his group were men. I wonder why. Like they just kind of fucking constantly fucking say shit like that.
Mine do that because I have like a male character and an all women pawn, and they were like,
I get all women.
I noticed the lack of men in this group, and I'm like, yeah, so
But it's funny that they say that
too when they. When you get done fighting somebody, when they high five you, when you like, have you had that?
Yeah, get the high fives a lot.
High fives. Yeah, they all randomly give me a high five. I'm like, that's a pretty cool little thing. Like, just randomly give you a high five for fucking these things up. Like,
But it's funny that they'll say that, Mayo, like where I will get like an all like, kind of female pawns, like all women. I'm like, wait, I'm a guy. What about me? Yeah. I haven't changed. I haven't changed yet.
It's,
I don't
it's
think
a lot of fun, man.
unless
And
you're a new game.
I really like this game. I don't like the fact that there's only one save file. I do find that kind of an very odd thing that there's only one save file.
Jesus, like,
so what are the things?
I have not tried it. Well, the last time I jumped on, right, there was like an update or something. It used to say on my start screen, it would say load from the inn and load from your last save, right? Now it has underneath it says like new game underneath it. So I don't know if that resets my game completely or not. I never tried clicking on it.
Yes, it will reset your game completely, Mayo. So that is part of the update. I've been following this like day and night for the last 7 days now. So yeah, so that's not on Xbox yet. That is a Steam PS5, but Xbox certification takes a lot longer. But Jesus, you mentioned like possibly buying this on Steam. So one of the probably on Nexus mods, I did watch a video. They were saying like there's a really, really good mod, and it will give you 5 game saves.
Okay.
So you will get 5 if you buy it on Steam and just use Nexus.
That's cool.
And it was pretty cool. I was watching. I'm like, oh, that's super cool. So I know eventually I will buy this on Steam.
Having to pay $70 again.
Yeah. See, maybe wait for it to go on sale. I don't know, right?
I thought I heard
maybe
it
you can
like
just cheese your way through it with mods. Jesus, get to that point you were at.
40 or 50 where, man? I'm looking at CD keys. CD keys is $62.
Oh yeah, so it's still plenty.
It might be a little too much for now.
Yeah, it's 10% off, $62. I like the game, but do I like it to pay it all over again? I think
it's a little too early. Let's see how you feel about it in 6 months, right?
Yeah, I feel about it later on. Yeah,
and be like, it's $30 or whatever.
Hogwarts Legacy is down to $30, and Skyrim, of course, is always on sale for like $5.
Yeah, but right now, Jesus, I am at level 26. I have played 2 days and 20 hours, so that's about 60 hours. I don't think I've played a full 60. A lot of times it might. I would say in some parts it runs in the background or whatever, but no, like mostly I've just been on this as much as possible to get as many missions and
you're playing on the Xbox, right?
Yeah. So I haven't had any friends on there like where I don't know how to get to the friends section. Like I saw a couple of people on there like, oh, level 8, but I'm like, okay, it's a little low. Like,
what do you mean the friends section, like the pawns or?
Yeah, I don't know how to get to that part. I don't know.
I went to the pawn, the rift or whatever they call it, right? And I think I hit start or something like that. There's and there's a list, and it said you can sort the pawns by like level, by class, and then there's one that lists friends, and then
I didn't see the friends section on there.
And for me, it only the only friend I have on there that's playing right now is Jesus. So like his name came up and it showed his pawn, and it showed Joy, and it said that like she was this level, and you can see like what all her stats are. And then you can kind of see Jesus's like gamer tag and stuff like that, So it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I did send out my pawn on a couple missions, so she's done 2 of them, I think. The first one, she didn't get shit for it. Like the guy had her for like an hour, maybe. It was probably a new player that ran into her or something, and he had her for like an hour, and it didn't give me shit. The second guy though, he had her for like 2 days. It said mission time 2 days, and it said she completed like 3 things. She like killed 2 cyclops and killed a troll, and it said because of this the guy gave her a thumbs up or something. I don't know. And then
you get a thumbs up or a heart. I have not get any hearts for my
but what I do when I send her back out, I pay everyone that takes her on a quest like 4,000 gold or 3,000.
Really, that's gold. A good one. Yeah,
I just put it on there like a gift for the person that takes her on a quest.
I give everybody a rotten apple. How about that?
3,000 gold. You're gonna get a bunch of thumbs down. Thumbs down for Gunny. His fucking pawn.
Nope, you can't do a thumbs down. It's like Facebook now. You can only hit the like or the love button, baby. That's it.
There's not that there was a thumbs down button on there.
I didn't see it, but now I'll look for it.
I only see two that are available for me right now, and it's literally the thumbs up and the heart.
That's it. That's
okay.
all.
Maybe that.
I
Maybe
guess
I'm tripping.
you could choose not to do any of that stuff. But now that I've gotten her leveled up more, and she has a good robe, armor, and the necklace.
I don't really need money, dude. I have like 30,000 gold, and I don't even know what to spend it on because my armor, the one that I am wearing now, I got like this thing called the Grand Surcoat or whatever. It's like a fucking armor for the warrior, and it's called like it says like this is the armor like royalty or nobles wear this type of armor, and I bought that because I had good stats, and then I just fucking leveled it up all the way, and I leveled up my pants all the way or my shoes, and then I leveled up my shield all the way and my sword all the way. So I have like my sword and everything else leveled up. I guess I could buy a new sword that has better stats, but I haven't because I'm like, this sword is doing the job right now. It's killing the people that I want to kill. It's not like I'm having a lot of issues killing people. So I'm like, I'm gonna keep this sword for now until like maybe I find another town. Because right now the only town that I really have is the first little village that you went into, the one that's all burned down. The little first little camp, the one that's like a little camp in the beginning, and then that main city where the palace is, whatever the fuck you called it, Gunny. What's it called?
Starts with a V, right?
Well, Melv is the one. Melv is the first town that you kind of go to.
No, the one that starts with the V. Town. Veron, whatever.
Vernworth.
Whatever, yeah, that one.
Yeah, Vernworth.
Yeah. I have that one, but I do have a quest to go to like some coast city. It's all the way on the bottom left of the map. I have a quest to go there, and I'm like, that looks pretty fucking far. I'm like, I need to find an ox cart.
That one, Jesus, it might be the checkpoint rest town, which you can take an ox cart to.
Well, so it's all the way. It's not. It doesn't look like a checkpoint. It looks like it's all the way on the edge of the map. Like the ocean is next to it. It looks like a coastal city. I'm like, that looks pretty fucking far. I'm like, I need to.
So keep in mind that, for example, what I just mentioned. So that's on the left of the map. That checkpoint rest town. That's actually it does have an actual name to it. But so when you do take an ox cart to it, you might have like. So one thing you'll notice is, you pay him the 100 gold or 200 gold. You might get halfway, and then there's an event, a random event happens, and you got to kill some wolves or,
I've done that,
some shit, right? So then you kill them, and you can get back on the car and rest again and get to the town, but it'll still have that kind of that fog of war, like it'll show that you didn't actually walk it or run it.
Shut the fuck up! Are you serious?
I shit you not, because today
that's bullshit. The whole point of me riding the ox cart is to not have to walk that whole thing. Now you're telling me I still have to walk it to get away with the fog of war?
Correct. That's correct. Because today I actually walked it.
What the fuck's the point? What's the point of the ox cart then? Like, oh, that's so fucking.
Yeah, yesterday I actually did it. And I was like, what? I was going to fight enemies the whole way.
When the first time you get on the ox cart, it takes you to the one town the first time. When I pulled up my map, it just shows a narrow little strip along the path that we took, like the road, and that was it.
Yeah, you'll see the faded part, but then you're like, okay, what's along there? Is there anything good? Or, does it show the caves? Does it show the campfire sites? No, it will not. Not until you actually walk it. I know, that is
bullshit. I guess I'll just have to, thank you for telling me that, because I was going to ride the ox cart to that town. I'm just going to walk it. Fuck it. Me and Joy and Reed and Leonki, we're going to fucking get on a fucking quest. We're going to walk that bitch. It's going to take a long time.
Another town that I actually made it to is called Bakbatal. So I actually walked this one.
That's the one. That's the one I got to go to, Bakbatal or whatever. There was such the B. I know that.
You better be really leveled up. I've tried this twice already, and I got smacked down, guys. So after we talked last time on the podcast, Jesus, I thought, I'm leveling up, and I got, good armor, and I got the two-handed sword, which this thing now has like that hammer at the end of it. So it will just do some pretty good damage. But man, like once I got down just north of Bakbatal, Jesus, there's a gate, and there's a way to get into it without spoilers. Like, I don't think it's really story-based mission, but I got lucky the other day because the gate just kind of opened up for an ox cart, and I kind of ran through, but enemies will start trying to kill you. But I think there's like an official way. I haven't figured that out yet. I even tried to wear the beast mask. I thought I'd get away with it. No, I think maybe I got away with it, but maybe my pawns didn't because they were attacking them. As long as I didn't pull my sword out, I just kept running, pressing down on the D-pad. I'm like, let's go. Come on, stop fighting, but yeah, but dude, like there's like this golem thing down there. And I think I was fighting the golem, and then like that's when like the giant freaking eagle came out and was trying to fight the golem and me at the same time. So one of the things, I don't know if I really like this or not, Mayo. So, anytime you're fighting like a cyclops or golem or any of these, I'm just going to call it a golem. It's the giant stone creatures, where you'll fight them and then they'll have a health bar on the top of their head, but you've got to basically get that down 3 different times. Is it 3 or 4?
Yeah, I ran into that.
There's little dots on the bottom that tells you how many times you have to get it down. I've seen that's.
They'll have 4 dots, and
and oh my gosh! Like I'll get it down.
That big griffin bird did attack me at a time when I was trying to get back to town. It had like 4 dots, and I'm like, "Fuck this! I'm getting out of here. I ain't getting this thing down there."
I think eventually
health. That's all I could get.
Yeah, I think eventually, like they take off because that kind of happened to me a couple times. Where I kind of fought it, and then it eventually just flew away. Leaving us with half health, of course. Thanks a lot. But that's when I immediately just trying to find that campfire. So now I've got like a really good campfire. I think that just lessens your chance for a nighttime raid. I think that's what it's designed to be, right? You can get the generic campfire set, but that just keeps your chances of being increased of being woken up and having to fight him again and then having to build the campfire again. So, yeah, now that I have this one, I'm going to see how it goes. So far, I will say I've had, because I think I even got that in a quest, and I forgot the name of it. Because I know the hobo one is called a mundane campfire set or whatever. And then, I think there's like 4 different levels of campfire sets. But one thing I wanted to mention real quick was I did this quest, guys. So it was where I think you're supposed to have it on your main pawn, and then he or she can sell things, I think, from your inventory, but maybe I have it all wrong because it doesn't seem to work. I got to go back and watch the video again, but let's see. It is called the Hawker's Tome. So I thought by giving this, like basically a vendor, flowers each day, and you do that like 3 different days, and then they'll give you a tome. So I thought maybe if I'm on the road and it's in my pawn's inventory, that somehow when we get to a campfire, she can sell stuff, but it's not quite working. So I'll get back to you guys on that one. So, but yeah, I've had some pretty epic battles, Mayo, but back it up a little bit, even like earlier this week where I'm like, okay, I pretty much got my ass handed to me when I got to like that desert region near the Bak Batal. And I was like, fuck. And you know what I did? I just ended up going back to an inn, which was, of course, way back in Vernsworth, by the way. I was like, I'll just kind of stick to this area. That was more exploration on my part than actually doing any real quest down there, because those enemies were a little higher level than I thought they were. So, yeah, I've just been doing like anything local. So, just killing as many of the smallest enemies as possible. But so today, guys, I was like, you know what? There's that mission I want to complete. And it was with the archer guy that you kind of meet in the beginning in Vernsworth, where if you just give him a bow, it doesn't matter what bow it is. Like, he'll then meet you out, kind of, I guess you can call it more west in the area, which is still like a trek. You've got to, I don't think you can take an ox cart out there. You've got to hoof it all the way out there. And so when I got there the first time, it was like, yeah, but you're not an archer, right? And he was speaking Elvish, which I don't understand a friggin' word of that stuff. Or it could have been a random NPC talking Elvish. I think if you have a pawn in your party and they understand Elvish, then it would all be in plain English for you. But either way, I'm like, all right, so eventually I'll get to this quest. I'll become an archer. Went back to the guild. I'm like, okay, change me over. And I had already had my hobo clothes, went and sold those, got something a little bit better, but I already had a really, really good bow. It was already high powered. And, even though being like an archer is not quite my thing, I'm like, fine, like but I felt like I was picking off those smaller enemies really good. Just, mashing like the X button. I didn't even equip any skills, Mayo. Like I'm just going to go out there and do it because the YouTube video says, as long as you go out there and, talk to him while you're archer, shoot the bow a couple times. And so for the reason for that, and it is kind of a little bit of a spoiler for this, and it kind of ties into some of the things I don't like about this game, just like Dragon's Dogma 1, about fast travel. So apparently you have to go through this quest with him, and you have to complete it, but you will get some cool rewards along with what's called is it the Fairy Stone, I think it's called? So, or is that the things you actually... I don't remember
what it's called, but yeah, there's one that allows you to...
Yeah, I think they are like the what do you call them? Like there's the permanent Fairy Stones. Okay, so the permanent Fairy Stones, Mayo, a little bit of a spoiler here, but not so much. It's like Vernsworth has one, and then the only other one is in a random like little fishing village. It's like there's not one in Bak Batal because I Googled it today and I was like, what the hell? Everybody was just kind of outraged about this, including me, where I'm like, how the hell is there not like a fairy stone that you can't discover here? You would think that this would be the perfect place for it. You can kind of teleport or fast travel, Bak Batal, Vernsworth, and maybe other things I haven't even discovered yet. But because I'm even trying to lessen some of the spoilers myself. But yeah, that kind of like bummed me out, right? So I'm partway done with that quest, and hopefully once I do get that fairy stone, that's when I actually will go back and place it down somewhere near the city, so that way I can kind of get back there instead of having a shoe leather express it all the way over there. Because your other options, Mayo, is like, I think it is like, when you go from Vernsworth, take an ox cart, take that to the checkpoint rest town. Because I believe like there is no kind of ox cart that goes from there to Bak Batal. I think from there you really have to walk it, because that's where the gate is. Like you can't get through the gate. So I don't know if that unlocks later on or what. So yeah, that was definitely frustrating for me because I started out with 7 of the, the fairy stones as they call them, and so now I'm down to like 4 of them. So I'm like, crap,
right.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure really what to do. And I want to use them sparingly. So looking here, I think I do have 2 in my inventory, and I did keep kind of 2 in the chest. Hopefully that lessens a little weight. Anything I can do to lessen the weight on my character, like is extremely helpful. But down in Bak Batal, I was like looking at some of the armor pieces and other things, and they are quite expensive. So I don't think I could have afforded anything that was even down there. So I think I have to probably go back, finish more quests before I can even think about upgrading any of my armor or anything like that. But yeah, like we've kind of said here, like I don't know if you've ever mentioned it, but as far as story goes, it's not the best, right? It's not super engaging or anything like that. You're just kind of getting little story bits. And some do call you the Arisen, like the Arisen, you're here, I'm glad you're here. But there's deceit involved and, some mystery around, I'll just say the Queen, So yeah, that part's pretty cool. I can't wait to unlock more of, their story and how it relates to you as the Arisen. But yeah, like so far, man, I mean, I've just been playing the hell out of this game, just trying to complete a lot of the missions as possible and level up and get the best armor. What did I unlock today? I unlocked it, but I haven't chosen it, and that was the it was like some kind of, it might have been the Mystic Spear Hand. So yeah, I'm not going to say where you can get that, but it was just like a random guy. Like that's the one thing I recommend you guys do is when you're going around Vernsworth or the town we mentioned before, like it's going to give you that quest you can't keep going back there. So it probably is a good thing that you do keep going back to Melv. because more other things unlock, more quests unlock, and you kind of first fight that dragon. It's not like you have you beat the dragon or whatever. But yeah, and there's an inn there that you can stay in. So, unlock more vocations. And that was pretty cool. Like, that was just stuff I didn't even YouTube. And I'm like, oh, cool. So at least now I have it. I can go unlock it and change my vocation if I needed to. So, but yeah, just having a ton of fun in this game, man.
All right.
Yeah,
Well, I think
same.
that's enough Dragon's Dogma talk. It's enough, Mayo. We're good. Game is good.
Okay.
I recommend it to people. Play it.
Let's move on to some news, right?
It's news time.
News time.
All right. Talk some news here. Jim Ryan, right before he left PlayStation, said that in an interview with the official PlayStation podcast to mark his retirement, Ryan was asked about his thoughts on PlayStation's position in the games market going forward. And I say it right now, we're at the top of our game. We're at the top of our game. And we've been really clear and really consistent about what we stand for: great consoles, great console gaming experience, and great games. I would say that right now we are at the top of our game. PS5 is well on track to be our most successful console ever across multiple vectors, and I think games and the gaming experiences you see on PlayStation 5, led by PlayStation Studios, are the best that we've ever seen. Right? Well, I mean, I don't know what he's talking about being the best console they've ever had, because, I mean, they're going to have to sell a lot more consoles if they want to beat the PS2. Like,
Right.
He was
100
paid
million,
to say that.
like 100 million more consoles. I mean, the PS2 stopped, like, the last game for the PS2 came out in like 2015, dude. Like the last official like PlayStation 2 published game, like
It
was like in
lasted well
2015.
into the PS3 era, right? Like they were making games for PS3
Well,
for quite a
yeah.
while, yeah.
They were selling the PS3 like well into the PS2 well into the PS3 era. And even the PS4 era, they were still selling the PS2, I think. So, yeah, I mean, that console sold really fucking well. But yeah, anyways, that's what he said. And other news, indie developers are now saying the Game Pass and Epic Games Store gravy train is over. According to the studios behind Slay the Spire and Darkest Dungeon, multiple indie developers at GDC 2024 claim that funding offers from Microsoft and Epic Games have dramatically diminished. The cause is unclear, but the video game market has recently encountered a serious economic headwind. Megacrit co-founder Casey Yano stated that at least 5 small developers at the event mentioned numerous budget cuts and funding cancellations from big publishers. In some cases, funding partners even pulled out of the deal after a year-long negotiations. Wow. So that means, like, can you imagine, like, thinking you're making a game, you're going to be putting it on Game Pass, you're going to get this funding, and all of a sudden Xbox is like, nah, psych, Gunny, April Fools, we're not giving you money. Fuck your stupid game, Gunny. Your game sucks.
Nobody played it. Hey, that was a great game, by the way. Slay the Spire, that was amazing.
Yeah.
I think I bought it on Steam at first before it even came to Xbox.
Yeah.
But it was cheap at the time. It's a single player. It's not online. But it's still great. I recommend it. Even it's on iOS and Android, and it's on everything.
But where's that? So pretty much developers are saying, like, hey, look, like this shit about bringing shit to Game Pass and getting money and putting shit on the Epic Game Store as an exclusive and getting like the freebies, and shit like that. It's drying up, man. Like there's not enough. I don't know. Maybe the companies are just not giving enough money now or something for it.
Yeah. So one of the things I heard early on, this is going back a couple of years ago, and that was, and I know we discussed this a lot last week, Jesus, but one of the things I forgot to mention is some of the people in the industry, this was coming from journalists, of course, but they had talked about, and I've heard it from just other people that talked about, what about the small indie developers as they say, hey, you know what? Game Pass, Microsoft says Game Pass, this is where we're bringing the biggest and the best titles, because now we've got Diablo 4, again, Xbox, Microsoft owned, but we want to bring you the biggest and the best. But what about the smaller guys, right? Where does that kind of leave them? Is it good? Is it beneficial? So I'll say this, I want to hear from more people from the smaller indie developers. Is that affecting you as well? Will we hear more from them? Like we've heard from this article. So maybe it's not working out for them. Maybe Microsoft really just, putting everything AAA at the top, maybe who pays the most? That's who's going to get the most views and clicks and downloads and time played. But time will tell on that.
Yeah. In other news, developers are now reportedly questioning why the PS Pro is even happening.
Yeah,
as they already feel they aren't making the most out of the PS5. So it says here, speaking on a recent podcast, Dream reckons that the PS5 will upgrade to Sony's mid-cycle refresh, but developers don't really seem to feel like they need it, at least the ones that they spoke to. Many feel like they're not really making the most out of the PS5 in the first place. A couple companies said this isn't going to grow the market. It's not going to move the needle. This generation doesn't even seem to have gotten started, really. So let alone feel the need for a mid-generation upgrade. How about we just get some original next-gen software up and spinning? And that's the truth, man. We've been saying that, right? Where's the next-gen titles? A lot of things like Microsoft and Sony are both for the longest time in 2022, 2021, 2020, a lot of their titles were PS4 Pro, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X. Where is the next gen shit at, man? Where's the shit that's gonna make my PlayStation 5 melt, Mayo? That's what I want to know.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, that is the thing. I always felt like with Xbox One to X and PS4 to Pro was the 4K, right? That was huge. So I don't know where. And I know we already talked about the specs a couple weeks ago for the PS5 Pro. Better memory and faster processors and stuff, and 8K, and nobody has an 8K TV, but 120 frames. But I don't know. I still go back to it, Mayo. I still think that, and this is not a diss on PlayStation. I feel like Xbox X Pro would do the same exact thing, where they say, "Oh yeah, it's a faster this and a better that, and it's 8K and 120 frames." But bam, that's the target. I feel like developers would not push it. They would still stick with that 30 frames for single player games.
I think they would still do it too. I think you're right. I think they would push graphics, which would limit the frames to 30, because they're going to just keep pushing graphics.
And I'll say this, guys. I think that the X would have a harder time with it, and this is just my thoughts on it. The X would have a harder time, even if they did say, you know what, so this is a leaps and bounds, a better console now with the Xbox X Pro. But where does it leave the S, right? Really a little far behind. And I know you disagree with me on this, Jesus, but where you say, well, you're buying an S for a reason, and and it can't do split screen, so it kind of holds back the X. That's true. And you're getting the lesser quality, but still you're paying the same exact amount for games, right? That's how they market it in the store. So I feel like that might hold them back from making a Pro.
They need to just kill the S.
I think it is. No, I will say this. I think the S is a good thing, right? $299.
They need to kill it. They need to kill the S.
Probably not even that now. It's probably $249 or $200.
Take it out to the backyard. Put a shotgun to its head.
Yeah.
Say, you've been a good boy. You've had a good life. We're done with you. We're moving on.
That's
to
how
the
they mark,
X.
and I think they're stuck with it. I really think they're stuck with
They're
it.
fucked. They are stuck with it because they're screwed.
Not until the
'Cause
next
it did
console
that
comes
stu-
out, right? The next true
Yeah,
next
and
gen.
even what's the real next gen console in 2027, dude? Like, come on now. Like,
Yeah.
this console is being held back by the S. You claim to have the world's most powerful system, which in specs you do, but it don't mean shit because guess what? No game that you will ever make will ever use all that power. It won't because you can't. Because
Yeah, let it run on the X.
you're asking developers make it run on the S, and developers are like, well, fuck. We were planning to use all this power. Unless Microsoft is willing to spend the money to give a studio, like, I don't know, name some random studio that they own. Unless they're willing to give some random studio they own extra money, right? And say, no, 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 no. You're making a Series X super fucking game. And this thing is going to melt the Series X. But you're also making a hobo version of this game,
Yeah.
and you're making it run on the S. And now essentially you're paying the developer to make two different games, which is the same game, but you're making them really make two different games because now they're going to have to
Correct.
code it kind of
Two different
differently.
SKUs.
Two different SKUs, same game, but like completely different hardware. And you're going to tell them you need to make it run on both decently. Like on the S, we don't care, make it 30. But on the X, it has to run at 60, it has to run at 4K, it has to be pushing this shit to the goddamn limits. And I don't think Microsoft is willing to spend that money. I don't think they're going to be willing to do that. When the developer comes up to them and says, well, instead of 300 million, we're going to need 500 million to make that happen because we need to hire more people to make more engineers.
We've already seen
program this shit, and
we've
they
already
won't
seen
do it.
people have problems with it, right? With Baldur's Gate, with Halo Infinite, and a few others, right? We're like, hey, like this thing can not do split screen. So I know, I'm telling you, Jesus. Watch what happens if Microsoft says, well, fuck it, just do split screen and put all the goodies on the X and not the S, right? I think they would seriously face lawsuits from people to say, wait a minute, but I'm buying the game at the same price, and now I'm getting such a lower version at $69.99, you know?
At that point, how does Microsoft, what do they do then? Do they just say, all right, we're going to do it that way, we're going to only have all the features on the X? The S gets less features, but we're going to make the S games $60. You think that'll appease everyone?
I think that would have to be their only two choices, right? They'd either have to say $10 less for an S version or not do a mid-gen refresh, right? Just go out with a full console in 2027.
Yeah, I don't think they can afford to do a mid-gen refresh. I don't think they're going to. I think they'll do the refresh in terms of make the box look a little different, but the box will be exactly the same. Yeah,
right. The white one's coming out soon, which is
the white one. Yeah, oh yeah, that'll be the cool thing. Yeah, like that'll be the thing, right?
I think it's
like
discless, correct? If I'm not mistaken, it is a discless X.
That's the rumor they say, yeah. But I think that's the thing. I think they cannot afford to make it a full like Xbox One X situation. They cannot do that. They can't do that because that puts too much of a gap between the Series S and the One X, or the Series XX, XX, double X, Series XX, whatever. How many X's are going to put in that motherfucker? Anyways,
Right.
I think it really fucks it up. You cannot have that. So I think they're going to do a refresh where they redesign the console, make it look different, but it won't have different hardware in it. It'll be like the 360 refresh, you know, when they did the Elite and it had more memory. And then they did the Slim and it had like a different look and it had better cooling, but it was all the same hardware, you know, at the end of the day. And they'll just do that. I don't think they're going to do a mid-gen refresh where it seems like PlayStation is actually doing a mid-gen refresh, but everybody's wondering, why are we doing this mid-gen refresh when developers haven't really utilized all the PS5's power? Like, they just haven't.
Yeah.
Like, it makes no point. This is like, people are like, what the fuck's the point of this? Who's really going to want to buy a PS5 Pro? I don't want one. I don't feel like I need one.
Yeah,
Who needs
I don't
one?
get one either.
Maybe 8K people who are rich have the 8K TV.
It won't do 8K though. What the fuck do you mean 8K? You think any game is really going to be 8K?
Maybe
No,
the
it's
next
just
God
gonna
of
be
War, the
checkerboard
next
8K.
Spider-Man will be.
It won't
No
even be that.
fucking
It'll
way.
But not from a third-party developer.
Fucking way. The next fucking Spider-Man will be 8K. Fuck out of here, Gunny.
You don't think so? I bet it will be. I'll bet you the next Spider-Man's going to be 8K.
How much? Okay.
They come out with
How
PS5
much
Pro.
money you want to lose right now? We're gonna make this bet official. How
Well,
much
okay,
money
okay,
you want to
hold
lose?
on. So if you're going to go by Digital Foundry standards, where they go, it doesn't it only reaches 7K, not 8K.
It won't do. It won't even do 4K.
Literally.
It won't even do. It will barely do 4K. What the fuck you mean 8K? Goody, you realize 8K? That's a shitload of pixels they're gonna be having to render. This motherfucking machine could barely do 4K 30, let alone 8K, dude. Come on now, Gunny. Really?
They just throw that out there because it's going to be able to support an 8K television, but not
those are
8K.
those are good buzzwords.
Whatever.
Okay,
listen, Gunny. When they release Oppenheimer in fucking 8K on a disc, you'll be able to put it in your PS5 Pro to watch it. That's what they mean. And that don't mean you're going to be playing The Last of Us 3 in 8K.
What about the cutscenes? Will those be in 8K?
But not the game will be playing in,
Ain't nothing going to be in 8K.
And it's going to be up-res to 8K.
Not even Minecraft will run in 8K. That shit, it ain't going to happen, dude. I'm just telling you, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, we're not even close to that.
Thing yet.
Close to that on PC
not
yet.
enough people don't have 8K TVs. It's just the thing. People don't go out and buy 8K TVs.
But that'll be the label on the box for the mid-gen refresh.
Gunny, okay, Gunny. How many fucking people? Gunny and Mayo. How many people do you guys personally know in person that have an 8K television?
None. Yeah.
None.
Exactly.
Yeah. I've only ever seen one in person. That was at Micro Center. They had like an 85-inch 8K 125 hertz TV.
Exactly.
Is that like a Magna box or something?
It was like $16,000 or something.
Yeah.
Why? Okay, listen. So exactly, why the fuck would any developer say, "Oh, I don't think I know anyone that owns an 8K TV. You know what? We should make an 8K game." Ain't no fucking developer gonna say that. They're gonna be like, "No fucking way, dude. What's the point?"
It's gonna be 8K, but it's gonna look like Vampire Survivors.
Look like Minecraft. Come on.
I just don't see it happening, Gunny. You're crazy, dude. 8K. You really fall for the buzzwords, Gunny.
He did.
Well, I'm saying some people will.
That's some boomer ass shit right there, Gunny. You're falling for the goddamn
But I will say
buzzword.
that for anybody out there, and I see it on the X, the social media X, right? And people are like, "Oh, this thing's probably going to be like 700." I'm like, no, it's still going to be 500. Still going to be $500. I don't think they're going to go any higher. They learned their lesson from the PS3.
Oh yeah, they did.
Yeah.
In this economy, there ain't no way they're gonna release that shit at 600, 700 bucks. Ain't no fucking way, dude. I mean, 550 is the most I see it at. 550.
Correct. Yeah.
And that's really high end. Like that's like the max you're gonna see it at, I think.
And Xbox would match that same price, because PlayStation always goes first. Like theirs is 550, ours will be 550.
But Xbox will still get outsold because guess what?
Oh yeah.
The specs on the PS5 Pro are going to be better. We just know they are. At this point, from all the leaks, it shows that the PS5 Pro is going to have a better GPU, a little bit better CPU. It's still going to be the same architecture as the current CPU.
Hey,
So,
Jesus, Xbox will have
games will
ultra
work on
cloud
both.
gaming on their console, okay?
I don't believe that bullshit.
It'll be
ultra.
cloud gaming.
Oh, get the fuck out of here, dude! Ain't no fucking cloud gaming bullshit. Like no one's gonna believe them, even if they showed it in action, like they did with fucking Crackdown 3 at that one demo. They were like, "Oh, this is being played off the cloud. We're running this in the cloud right now, guys. This is all in the cloud. It's all magic. We got fucking magic. We got wizards in the back, and they're just casting spells onto this fucking screen right now." It's got the magic fucking Xbox Magic Caster fucking power coming through your TV.
You gotta say that stuff they put up there looked pretty damn cool. What actually shipped was not good at all. Not even close to what they were showing.
It wasn't even close. Yeah.
No. Remember, that was Blaze that actually came out and was like, yeah, this is not what they showed.
Not what they showed it on, dude.
Luckily,
Anyways,
it was Game Pass.
In other news, Microsoft. Whoa. I just fucked this up. Hold on. Let me fix this shit. Where's my mouse? Oh, I feel like a goddamn boomer right now.
You need a big pointer over there, Jesus? You need to change your pointer size? Make it purple or something for you?
Microsoft is cautioning developers to avoid curvy female characters. Microsoft urges developers to not create female characters with exaggerated body proportions on their official site to support game developers. The site, titled Product Inclusion Action, Help Customers Feel Seen, includes a bullet list of considerations they urge developers to make when working on their products. One Twitter user pointed out the language expressly condemning certain female characters as reinforcing negative gender stereotypes. And they said, these are the questions that they posted on there. They said, are you reinforcing any negative gender stereotypes? Are you unnecessarily introducing gender and gender barriers into your code or design? Are you creating playable female characters that are equal in skill and ability to their male peers? Are your female characters equipped with clothing and armor that fits their task? Do they have exaggerated body proportions? When the story allows, do you show male characters who display a full range of emotions, including joy, sadness, and vulnerability? Fuck out of here, Microsoft. You're giving people dumb fucking things. Like, just let people make the game they want to make, dude, with whatever character they want to fucking put in there, man. What's next? Laura Croft is going to be fat as fuck. Can't climb a mountain because she's fucking unfit. It's like, that's not Laura Croft, dude. Laura Croft is a fit fucking girl. She's always been a fit girl from the beginning of fucking Laura Croft.
She's got curves.
Yeah. She's a hot chick that knows how to climb shit and fuck shit up. Like, that's who Laura Croft is. Like, it just doesn't make sense. This stupid fucking shit. I'm tired of this crap. You seen that shit about that one game, Stellar Blade, right?
Yeah.
So,
Did you see that tweet from there
so
on the same article?
There was a person that claimed that Stellar Blade was like, they posted some I forget who it was, but posted an article saying Stellar Blade makes women feel insecure because the chick doesn't look like any real girl would ever look like. It's just, she's too hot, she's too perfect. The character, no one in real life ever looks like this. And you know what Stellar Blade responded with? They're like, well, first of all, the person in the game is an actual person that we used. Like, she's an Asian model from Japan. And she's Korea. Yeah. She's a Korean model. It's a real person. We scanned her into the game. That's her. And second of all, you're saying that no woman or like that men work on the game because men made the girl really hot. When the person who created the character is a woman. The person who designed the character and programmed her and scanned her into the game and created the character of Stellar Blade or whatever is a female. The programmer is a female. She's like, I am the game designer for the character and I am a female. What do you mean that a man is the one who created this character because it's unrealistic? They're like, first of all, the character is a real person. Like, that's a real body. Somebody has that body. We scanned it. We know what she looks like. She's in the fucking game. And people were all complaining that, oh no, she's too unrealistic. That chick is way too hot. Like, we can't have that character in the game. And she's actually based on a real fucking 3D scan of Korean model Kim Jae-un. A real fucking model.
So you know what we gotta do? We gotta like just
they should have used they should have used Lizzo's fat ass, the fucking singer chick. They should have used her.
Is she a singer? I don't even know who Lizzo is. I just see pictures of her on
She's X. Like a singer, rapper chick who's hella big and talks about body shaming.
Yeah, I've seen videos, but I assume I don't know if is she weird? I know every time I see it, I'm like, She wearing
It's always
lingerie singing? What's going on?
Yeah, half the time she is. But they're always talking about body shaming now. She's so body positive and all this shit. But then a bunch of shit came out about her too, about like her, like the people that worked with her said that she was very like fucked up to them. like like really fucking like a real asshole to them, and like would make them like just be, she was really fucked, like not a good person. But like, you know, like people are complaining Stellar Blade. Okay? Like has objectification in the game because the girl is really hot,
But
the main
that's
character that you play as.
But isn't that like really? I'm assuming this is like a Japanese developer, right? That's kind of the culture over there,
Korean.
or Korean.
But
And I assume it's just like Japanese, but
it's not
I'm
about being
putting them
the
all together
culture
here.
It's making whatever the fuck you want to make. And if I want to make a game where the guy is ugly as fuck, looks like a goddamn troll, and he's playing Satan, guess what? That's what I'm gonna make. If I want to make a guy that looks like fucking, give me a hot Hollywood actor guy.
Tom Cruise.
He looks like Tom Cruise.
The wife likes Tom Cruise.
Okay. And he's playing some hot fucking,
kind of older now, but
some hot fucking adventure fucking guy that's like what if Nathan Drake was a big fat guy from Uncharted? What if he was just a big fat guy who was really unfit, could barely climb the mountains he was climbing, can never climb a rope because he just wasn't fit to do it. But we had to play as him in Uncharted. How fun would that game be?
Right, it would be. Well, I guess that would be a little unrealistic, would it not be? Right, if he's
it would be unrealistic.
Rope, he can't.
I don't get it, man. Like, what do you want from developers? You say you want things to be realistic, so they use a real model to model the character after, and people complain that she's too hot. Oh, that girl's way too pretty. You know, no girl in real life is that pretty. Bullshit, man. There's really pretty people out there. You fucking sit there and complain that's unrealistic expectations when it's not unrealistic expectations. People are out there that look like that. Just like there's people out there that have one arm and one leg, and people that are in wheelchairs, and people that don't have eyeballs, and people that fucking are hunchback, people that have like the fucking, what's that shit called? Elephantitis or whatever, where their fucking limbs are super big in one side of their body. People have all kinds of fucked up shit, and people look perfect, picture perfect, like a Hollywood star. There's
we
all
come in
kinds
all
of people
shapes and sizes, world. Don't we?
Yeah. So what's the big issue when people look however they look? But these games want everyone to look like a normal person, I guess, like an average person, I would say. And maybe you just can't have that in every video game, man. You know? Like, I'm sure when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, they'll complain the chick is too Hispanic. Oh, it's unrealistic. She looks like too Hispanic to be in this game. Or she's
too pretty, or I don't know. Yeah.
She's too pretty. Yeah, she's too pretty to be a criminal. Bullshit.
Yeah, why is she have a gun? That's just totally, that's triggered me. Yeah. She has a gun. It's GTA. She's going to have a weapon.
That girl is too pretty to go buy a gun. There ain't no way she'll ever buy a gun. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what would have really pissed people off? Well, what might piss people off? If the character in Grand Theft Auto 6, the guy, if he's the white male and the chick is a Hispanic girl.
Oh, yeah. That's like, people. Yeah.
Oh, this is offensive. Why is the Hispanic girl with the white male? Like, fuck you, man. Like, fuck out of here. People get offended over everything. And it's kind of annoying that these developers, like even Microsoft, is coming out to their developers and saying, make sure you're being inclusive. Like, are you being inclusive in your, like, fuck right. You, man.
Let it be their vision and let them go.
Let me make my own fucking game. What if your game had a certain vision and you had a certain character in mind, but they make you change it completely because it doesn't fit the narrative, dude? You know what I mean? What if The Witcher? What if The Witcher?
That's a good example, The Witcher, right?
What if the guy who plays The Witcher, like The Witcher himself, Geralt or whatever. What if they said, no, he's too white looking. No, Mayo, no, I don't like this guy, Mayo. We need to make this guy. He needs to be from the Caribbean. He needs to be Cuban, and we need darker skin on him, and he needs to have like an accent like a Cuban. Even though it doesn't make sense,
Yeah,
he's gonna have an accent like a Cuban guy. Okay, and he's gonna speak like really like fucking like English with a pretty heavy accent, and he's gonna be shorter because he's too tall right now. We need to make him shorter, and we need to make him a little bit chubbier because he's way too fit to be the real standard of a man. He's too fit. Ain't no way, dude. Make this guy fatter, make him shorter, make him a Cuban. You know,
give
his
him more
skin,
scars like Scarface.
his skin is too light. We need to darken his skin a little bit. And his eyes, too blue. Make those motherfuckers brown. Like the creator of The Witcher, the fucking book guy would be like, what the fuck is this? He'd be like, what the fuck did you guys do to this character? Because in his vision, his character was like from fucking wherever the fuck Northern Europe or whatever, you know what I mean? Like fucking somewhere up there where there's a bunch of fucking white people, and that's what the fuck the people look like. And that's what they made.
Yeah, I believe that a Swedish studio up in Sweden. Aren't they all white people up there? Just assuming. Sorry for guessing.
You know what I mean? Of course, there's probably colored people everywhere. There has to be. But there are some places where predominantly people are white male and where people are mostly brown and dark and whatever, you know. People are mostly Asian in Asia. Okay.
This is an outrage.
Fact. It's like going to Mexico and complaining to the people in Mexico, hey man, where the fuck are all the white people?
They're in Baja, Mexico. Yeah, gotta go there.
Where's all the light-skinned people? You guys are all too dark down here. You guys are all speaking Spanish. What the fuck? Where's all the English speakers? What the fuck's going on here? You know? It's like going to China and saying, there's not enough Hispanics here. I don't think there's enough Hispanics. You guys need to be more inclusive in your culture and bring more Hispanics over here. This is not inclusive enough.
See, maybe that's the problem, Jesus, with somebody, whoever wrote that. Not the article, but whoever made the comments that were silly. You know, like, you're in a global world, right? And if you want to be diverse in your gaming, you're going to expect to have things like, some things are going to be sexualized, right? With a rating of, Peggy 18 on it, right? Because there's a reason if you're playing The Witcher or Stellar Blade or so that's good. That's going to happen, right? If you don't like it, just go play Minecraft. Everybody's blocky. There you go.
Everybody's blocky. Yeah, that's a realistic. That's not a realistic body expectation. I'm not blocky in real life. I don't want my character to look blocky. It's kind of offensive to me, Gunny.
You should look blocky, Jesus. You should. I'm not liking you right now.
I'm really offended by that because like I'm not blocky when I look at myself.
You should dress up as a wolf, okay? You're too white.
Mayo, I think you're too white, Mayo. You know what? I don't think this podcast is inclusive enough.
No, it's
Mayo, we're replacing you with an African American man who's never done a podcast or even plays video games. You're gonna just write what he's gonna say, and he'll just read off whatever you played for you, and you'll just never be on the podcast. He'll be in for you.
Why don't we in there? Yeah, why don't we just replace this all with AI here in a minute? We won't have to worry about it. It would be like they're not human enough.
Yeah. Oh, these guys aren't human enough. They got their all AI on their podcast. They're not humans at all. It's fucking stupid. Everyone's always got something to fucking complain about. Fucking little bullshit ass fucking inclusive fucking crap. Fuck out of here, dude. Like, I get it, man. Yes, it's cool to be understanding of cultures and people being different, and it's cool to celebrate it. But at the same time, don't celebrate your culture by putting down someone else's culture. That's what I hate. When people start like saying, oh, you need to embrace my culture, Mayo, because I'm Hispanic and my parents are Mexican. You need to embrace my culture, but fuck your culture. That's not cool to me, man. And I hate that people do that a lot. And people
Yeah,
do
you
it.
see it a lot.
They don't do it just on culture. They do it based on your color of your skin, based on your religion. They'll say your religion is wrong. Oh, you're a Muslim and I'm a Christian. Well, you're a piece of shit because you should be a Christian. Or you're a piece of shit because you should be a Muslim and not a Christian. Or whatever. Or they do it based on your fucking sex. What you identify as. Or you identify as a man. Or you should identify as a they, them. You should identify as a woman. You should identify as this. Or they do it based on your sexual preference. Or you're straight. Well, maybe you should be more inclusive of gay people, and you shouldn't judge me. Well, why are you judging someone that's straight? Because they're straight? Like, what's the point? Like, you don't want someone to judge you based on what you believe and what you do, but you're turning around and judging everyone else based on what they do and what they believe.
Yeah.
That's not right. One
of the things I do, and something I've learned over the years is, I've got friends and family in different cultures and religions. And I think we went to this Hindu celebration. Was it? It was last year, but they do them every year, right? And one of the guys there was gay. He was the coolest guy. Had a nice Tesla. Everybody was nice. Everybody was friendly. Went to a Christian celebration. Next week, I'm going to an Eid thing on Wednesday. So, and of course, I'll be the only one there speaking English, by the way, even though I speak Hindi, but broken Hindi, by the way. But yeah, it's all good and fun because these are good people, right? I think that's my key, right? And they're all okay with it.
At the end of the day, dude, when you put people together, people will get along no matter what. Is when people start pointing out the differences in themselves that people start looking at you different. No one's going to look at you different, Mayo, when you walk into Mayo. If right now you were to walk into a Mexican restaurant, none of the people there, not the waiters, not the staff, not the people eating, they're not going to look at you any different than they would anyone else. But, if you go in there and start talking shit about people speaking Spanish, then people are going to be like, hey, who the fuck is this racist motherfucker in here? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like people start pointing things out in themselves that start bringing things out, and then they wonder why people target them. People aren't
be respectful, right?
Yeah,
that's the key for me, right? I only go
reason.
around people that respect me, and then I respect them, and
Be
I'm looking
mutual
forward to go to
man.
It's gonna be fun.
Don't put people down on whatever because you don't believe in that, or you don't like it, or you don't understand it. Let them do themselves. If it's not harming anyone, why does it matter to you what they believe in or what they fucking like to do? If it doesn't harm anyone, what's the big deal? That's what I'm saying. But anyways, let's move on now before I get more mad about this bullshit. The Witcher 4 development has ramped up. Cyberpunk 2077 sequel is in a concept phase. That's right. Now that Cyberpunk 2077 is in the best place it can be, Mayo, and Phantom Liberty has been pushed out into the wild, questions are being asked about what CD Projekt Red next big release is going to be. It's been incredibly transparent with this development process as a result of trying to make up for Cyberpunk 2077's launch. And now the studio has shared their development pipeline on social media for us to clearly see what they're working on, Mayo. We know that CD Projekt Red has had a bunch of projects in various stages of development at the moment, but it appears as though the studio is now preparing Mayo in full effect to make The Witcher 4 one of their next major releases. Earlier this year, CEO Adam Badowski stated that the studio aimed to have around 400 employees working on The Witcher 4, currently codenamed Polaris, by the middle of 2024, and these new figures released by the studio show that they've been able to meet their goal. So their pipeline is The Witcher project Polaris, developed by CD Projekt Red. Right now, it is currently in pre-production.
Nice.
Sirius, developed by the Molasses Flood, is supported by CD Projekt Red. That's in pre-production. And The Witcher Remake, developed by Fool's Theory, and supported by CD Projekt Red. That is in concept stage. Cyberpunk Project Orion, developed by CD Projekt Red, is in the concept phase. And a new IP, it says, codename Hadar, in production by CD Projekt Red, is in the initial IP concept phase. So that means they're trying to come up with like the idea of what it is, right? So they got a new IP eventually, 20 years from now. They got the next Cyberpunk game in the concept phase. And The Witcher seems to be in pre-production already. Pre-production. They got 3 Witcher projects. So they got Polaris, Sirius, and The Witcher Remake. And the main one seems to be Polaris because that one's being developed by CD Projekt Red, and that's it. But the other one, Sirius and The Witcher Remake, one of them is being developed by the Molasses Flood, and the other one by Fool's Theory. But they're both being supported by CD Projekt Red. And I would assume Sirius is probably going to be like a sequel to that card game, right, Gwent?
Yeah, Gwent. Yeah.
I'm assuming it'll be a sequel to that. And of course, we know what the Witcher remake is. They're just remaking probably the first 2 Witchers or the first one, I would assume.
I don't know how big the first versus the second. I know the second one was actually a little bit bigger.
It was more popular for sure, but I mean, if they remake the first one with the same kind of style as The Witcher 3, where like that kind of combat and that kind of style, I think it could work, right? Like, I think modernizing it, making it to where it's not, because the first one, like the Witcher 2 and The Witcher 1, wasn't it like, I remember the combat wasn't the same. It was like
it wasn't the same.
The combat and the camera was kind of weird. Like
it was like
being really weird.
It was like asymmetric camera, right? Where it wasn't fully. It was 3D. The graphics were 3D, but the camera wasn't like behind the character. It was like above and to the side, wasn't it? Like,
I think something like that. It was
almost
not the
like
same as it was in 3.
Almost, I would compare it to like a Wasteland, right? Like where it's kind of like not fully top down, but it's like,
because 3 was open world and the first 2 were not, right? Those were very linear.
Yeah, and they were like more like it was more like closed in. It wasn't really open. It was so
I didn't play enough of 2, and I never played the first one. But that would be cool if they remade the first one, and then kind of the DLC packs might include like The Witcher 2 or something.
Yeah,
that would be cool if they did that.
They say that Project Polaris is in pre-production, meaning that the potential release is still a ways off. While Project Sirius from the developer The Molasses Flood is as well. The highly anticipated Witcher remake is currently only in the concept phase. But I mean, that's only a remake, right? So that might actually come out even before Project Polaris and Sirius because that's just a remake. So they really don't have to make the whole game. They just got to kind of like conceptualize how they're going to remake it, and then they're going to just remake it, right? Like, whereas the other ones, you're kind of starting from scratch and saying like, oh, we're going to work from the bottom up here. But the next Cyberpunk Mayo, I don't expect it before 2030. I would say 2035.
Yeah.
That's 11 years from now.
Yeah, it's going to be a while.
The podcast will be 21 years old then.
we'll be legally allowed to drink. The podcast would be able to drink.
Oh, shit, that's crazy.
That's always a weird feeling when you think of something's like you've been doing something
so far away
20 years. Because I was thinking about that when we were talking about the 10-year thing. Like, I just hit my anniversary at work, and it's been 19 years at my work. And I'm like, holy cow! I've been there 19 years. Holy shit!
Dude, I've already been at my work for 4 years at this current job. I'm like,
it just like quick.
It seems it seems like I just started, dude. It really
and then I
does.
talk to these people at my work, right? We have like these newer hires. They're like, "How long you been here?" And I'm like, 19 years. They're like, "Holy cow! You're like a dinosaur here." I'm just like, I feel like like.
Yeah, like this one guy at my work. He works in the same area I do, and he's been there since like 1989 or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Or he's been working for the company since 1989. He started there like in 1995. I'm like, bro, you started here when I was 4 years old. He's always like, fuck you, man. He's always like, fuck you. I'm like, I'm like, no, dude. Like seriously, like I wasn't even living in the state of Oregon when you
Yeah.
started in this fucking place. Like I was living in Vegas, dude. Like it was like I never even thought about Oregon. I didn't even know what Oregon was back then. Like
Right.
that's
Yeah,
crazy.
my job, I actually started the week before my boy was born, my youngest boy. So he's 19. So I always just say I've been there like one Greg is his name. So I'm like
One
I've been working there one Greg, and they're like, what? I'm like, oh yeah, my son, he's 19. You know, he was born literally the
Yeah,
week after I started.
that's crazy.
So man, it's crazy sometimes you think about it.
In other news, the new PlayStation CEO Hiroki Totoki starts his temporary role today. Sony President Hiroki Totoki will step into his new role as the PlayStation CEO following Jim Ryan's retirement after more than 30-year tenure at the company. While retaining his duties across the wider business, Totoki's main objective will be to aid the search for a true successor to Jim Ryan while defining the next chapter of PlayStation's future. Given the temporary nature of Totoki's position, it is not expected the Sony president will make any immediate changes to the PlayStation brand and approach. If he were to, however, Totoki has shared opinions in the past that line up with the current multi-platform initiatives on PC and mobile. He's dubbed a bit of a numbers guy. Totoki has said that he wants Sony to be aggressive when improving the division's profit margins. Upon the announcement of his retirement last year, Jim Ryan said the constant travel between Europe, the United States, and Japan became more difficult for him and was one of his factors for his departure. He said, I will leave having been privileged to work on products that have touched millions of lives across the world. PlayStation will always be a part of my life, and I feel more optimistic than ever about the future of Sony Interactive Entertainment. I want to thank Yoshida-san for placing so much trust in me and being an incredibly sensitive and supportive leader. Sony CEO Kenichiro Yoshida then added, Jim Ryan has been an inspirational leader throughout his entire period with us, but never more so than in overseeing the launch of the PS5 in the midst of the global COVID pandemic. That extraordinary achievement made by the entire SIE team has been steadily built on, and PlayStation 5 is on track to become SIE's most successful console yet. I'm immensely grateful to Jim for all his achievements.
It kind
Well,
of ties in with what they were saying in that article earlier when Ryan said that was
yeah.
their most successful console. I mean,
I
he's kind
wonder
of
what they're
agreeing.
basing. We wonder what they're basing those numbers off of, like sales, like how fast they're selling them, or just
Yeah,
outselling the Xbox 3 to
obviously
1.
maybe the rate of sales, like at the rate that they're going, they would pass the PS2.
Well, I mean, they're already at what 50 million? I think they said 45 million. So
And maybe like that many units over time. Maybe they compare it to the PS2. Like how fast did the PS2 sell in the matter
yeah,
of time it's been out? You know, like maybe it's selling faster than the PS2. It may
but
not
I
sell
think it's
more, but it might be selling faster. Maybe.
going to slow down though, right? I think
Oh
eventually it's
yeah,
going to
like for
just
sure.
they're going to hit a wall. And they're going to be like, all right, no one's really buying these anymore.
Well,
Like we got
as you're starting to hear the Pro, does that count as PS5 sales? Like, how they're going to do that because people might gonna
yeah,
start
yeah. Does that count?
it
Yeah,
being
does that count?
PS5s and they're gonna start buying Pros. They're gonna be like, why buy a
Yeah.
PS5 when a Pro is gonna come out around the corner?
Um. Well, in other news, ex Call of Duty developers new shooter X Defiant at Ubisoft has been delayed. X Defiant, the upcoming FPS from Ubisoft, led by former Call of Duty boss Mark Rubin, has been delayed in what is the latest chapter of the game's long and bumpy road to release. In a social media post, Ubisoft said it hoped to release X Defiant by the end of March. However, there are still some improvements the studio has to make before it is ready. Right now, the focus is on an upcoming 12-hour stress test for the game's servers, and Ubisoft is inviting their early access players to hop in and try to put the servers through their paces. After this process, Ubisoft said they expect to be able to lock in a public release date and begin to discuss X Defiant's post-launch content plans. Just this week, Insider Gaming published a report containing behind-the-scenes info on X Defiant's development process. In particular, the report called out a group of executives and directors on the project, known internally as the Boys Club, These people reportedly caused constant problems for the game's development. The Boys Club is a close group of protected individuals who think they are better than everyone else and do as they please without any repercussions, one developer said. Another worker said one person in particular has a history of treating people extremely badly with more HR reports than I've ever seen. A source told Insider Gaming that the constant changing of approved features, among other things, has led the game to being delayed probably a year or so. A spokesperson for Ubisoft told Insider Gaming that it is committed to the well-being and inclusivity of all our team members. Our preventive approach includes promoting standards of respect and civility, awareness and training, and effective conflict resolution. Ubisoft added that the company has an anonymous whistleblowing channel to help workers report any bad behavior. Says here, previously, Ubisoft said X Defiant might launch in September or October of 2023, but issues during the console certification process led to an earlier delay, and then later the game was delayed indefinitely. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It seems like to be plagued with a lot of issues. I don't even know if it's going to come out, dude. It's going to be another one of those, was that bullshit Skull and Bones situation.
Yeah.
It'll come out in 6 years from now. No one will fucking remember about X Defiant. No one will know what the fuck it's about. And it's going to be some bullshit ass fucking crappy game that no one likes. I think it's going to
I
happen.
remember, I don't know what the article was now, but I remember I seen an article popped up on my Google feed, speaking of Skull and Bones, and I think it said something about being delayed. They're like, even though the game's out, it's now delayed again. You know, I think like the beta, like the release from the game has actually got pushed back. But I was gonna try to find it real quick. But yeah, it was kind of joking about the game, how it was kind of, even though it's in beta, they like delayed the game again because
Yeah.
of that.
In other news, GTA 6 may still be on schedule after all, Mayo. I know you're waiting, Mayo.
Oh, there we go.
Rockstar's upcoming sandbox game, Grand Theft Auto 6, still has a way to go until their planned release date sometime next year. But multiple reports speaking to the game launch schedule, including possible delays, are now in conflict. According to Kotaku, Rockstar was afraid GTA 6 may miss their 2025 release window, forcing the studio to consider pivoting to a 2026 release date. Following that, the Kotaku report updated their story saying that while early 2025 was at one point possible, it is no longer the target for Grand Theft Auto 6 launch. Earlier this week, Bloomberg pointed out that Rockstar's parent company, Take-Two, had their stock fall by 5.2% because of this report, stated that GTA 6 is behind schedule and could be delayed to 2026. The Bloomberg report explained that even though GTA 6 is behind schedule, it is to be expected given how massive the game is supposed to be. Video games, the report suggested, are always behind schedule. Most recently, however, Insider Gaming has reported that sources close to the project believe GTA 6 is on schedule, and any signs pointing to any delays right now are pure conjecture. As conflicting reports come in for what is bound to be one of the biggest video game launches of all time, don't be surprised if a delay happens down the line, given Rockstar's long history of delays. For example, GTA 5 was originally scheduled to come out in the spring of 2013, but was delayed until September of that year. The same thing happened with their most recent game, Red Dead Redemption 2. The game was supposed to release in 2017, but then was delayed until spring 2018, and then delayed again until the fall of 2018 when it finally released. So people are saying, hey man, 2025, GTA 6, we may get a release date, but don't hold your breath, man, because they probably will delay it.
Yeah.
And I believe they will. I believe that even if they come out and say, like, even if they start dropping a trailer like in the Xbox showcase or the PlayStation showcase in June, and they say, oh, we plan the spring of 2025 release in March, I won't believe it.
Me neither.
No, dude, that's gonna come out in November of next year at the earliest, and I don't even think it might even come out in November of 2025. I think it'll probably easily be 2026 March.
Me too.
I easily think that'll happen.
They want to add as much as possible to this game before releasing it.
Yeah, and you know one thing, Rockstar could do it. No one will fucking bat an eye. No one's gonna give a shit. No one's gonna say, "Oh man, oh, these guys were supposed to release it in 2025. I'm gonna cancel my pre-order."
Yeah, I'm gonna boycott that game. I'm not gonna buy it.
That's the one studio that you see on social media. They never get canceled. There's no death threats, right? Like, I mean, compared to other studios and game studios, publishers, right?
They release cool shit, man. That's why they don't fuck around. They don't give a fuck. They're fucking Rockstar, Gunny. Who's gonna stop them?
Yeah, if anything, I can see them probably doing at least one kind of, pushing the data up further, at least doing it just one time. Say, no, we're pretty firm on this.
2K is going to give a shit.
Fourth quarter 2026.
Man. Oh, you guys want to release this game later because you want to add more stuff and make it playable when it launches? No, don't do that. Release it right now when it's broken. No, they're not going to be. Rockstar's going to be like, fuck you, man. Like, the fuck you mean,
Yeah, we might. You think about it. If they release it broken, that's like losing like $20-30 million right there for them. Easy. That's a lot of money.
Easy, more than that.
People return it or boycott it or review bomb it.
In other news, Phil Spencer has spoken, man, Gunny, and he is saying what the hell is happening in the game industry. He said, the math on making a game has definitely changed. That's what he said. It says here, Polygon spoke with Phil Spencer during the annual Game Developer Conference, and through the conversation, ranged from the possibility of a handheld console to the trouble with closed platforms. One theme was inescapable. What the hell is going on with the game industry, and how will video game makers and publishers, Xbox included, get out of it? So, Phil first talked about how things used to work when budgeting and greenlighting a game. The Microsoft exec has been producing games for long enough that he can remember when financials were relatively straightforward. A publisher could set a sales goal of 800,000 units, for example, and then set an earn-out goal, which is how much money they wanted to make, and then set the price of a game, which was usually $59.99. From there, the video game's publisher and or studio could then set the budget. However, the financial calculus has changed. In 2024, most games are sold across multiple storefronts, often steeply discounted mere weeks after their release or included as part of a subscription service on launch day. Plus, the games themselves take many years to create with the help of hundreds, if not thousands, of team members, sometimes spread across the world. And all of this adds up, Spencer says. It can cost $300 million to build a video game. Spencer explained how this cost forces three substantial problems. One for all big budget games, one unique to console exclusives, and one that spans the entire industry. One, the cost. Really reduces the risk that publishers are willing to take. Where previous games needed to sell a few 100,000 units to justify their cost, new games may need to sell millions of units. If you're a publisher, you know that's a pretty big number in a world that already has a lot of video games coming, said Phil Spencer. How are you going to establish this thing? Am I willing to take the red on a new IP, on a new kind of game, when the earn-out risk is that high? I think it impinges on the creativity of this industry, which I don't love. Creativity is like the cornerstone of what we should be about in gaming. 2. This cost is particularly prohibitive for exclusives that can only reach so many players. As Spencer explained in a conversation about the perils of exclusivity and walled garden consoles, these games need to make additional money to justify the console maker subsidizing the cost of the console. As Spencer explained, the case where exclusivity gets pressured as the cost of the game goes up. And 3, according to Phil Spencer, the console market has not even grown in the past year. Though Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch consoles continue to sell, Spencer noted that many console gamers are simply upgrading. Or to put it another way, they're not new to the market and won't contribute to any growth. And without new customers, everybody else's customer is your success state, said Spencer. You cannot succeed unless you draw in customers from other publishers and other platforms. And because you're not finding new customers with the games that you're building, everybody's kind of fighting over the same size of pie. Says here, these problems have had real and substantial and immediate human cost. The industry has been consistent in mounting in layoffs, including particularly a rough start to this year. Shortly after Microsoft's acquisition of Blizzard King, the company announced it would be laying off 1,900 workers from their gaming division. And Polygon asked Phil Spencer if the ABK layoffs were part of the wider trend or if there was something unique about the layoffs that pertained to the current Xbox business. And he said it's a little bit of both, but I'll say the thing that has been the most concern for the industry is the lack of growth. When you have an industry that is projected to be smaller next year in terms of players and dollars, and you get a lot of publicly traded companies that are in the same industry that have to show their investors growth, because why else does somebody own a share of someone's stock if it's not going to grow? The side of the business that I think is scrutinized is the cost side, because if you're not going to grow the revenue side, then the cost side becomes challenged. We're a business, I've said it over and over, I don't get any luxury of not having to run a profitable growing business inside of Microsoft, and we are that today. But just across the industry, you mentioned it, in sitting here at GDC, I reflect on friends of mine in the industry that have been displaced and lost their jobs and how just I don't want this industry to be a place where people can't, with confidence, build a career. So that's why I keep pivoting back to how does the industry get back to growing? But to your question, for us as Xbox or any of the teams that are out there, it is really an outcome of an industry that's not growing. It can grow and it will grow again, but you see this time right now, and the implications have a human impact, and we should all reflect and think about that. So they're just pretty much saying like, look, man, we need to make money. We're not making money. Everything's projected to get smaller next year. So these layoffs have to come. That has to happen.
So crunch and downsizing, right?
Yeah.
Consolidation, excuse me.
Reducing the cost, man.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah.
Payroll, right? Yeah, budgeting. Of course, those are all part of the big AAA title publishers.
They're saying that with Xbox, they're trying to pivot. They're trying to attract and maintain relevance with the younger audience, and they're going to try to do anything they can to do that. Which is probably why they're trying to get on PlayStation and try to make deals with Nintendo and shit, and mobile and cloud gaming and everything, because they see it, man. They see that. There, you know, a lot of people are saying that the new generation, what is it? It's not Gen Z. What's the one under Gen?
I don't know.
The ones under Gen Z, the younger ones, the iPad kids. They're saying those little motherfuckers. They're saying them little fuckers don't want consoles. They want tablets. They want phones.
They want PCs. Yeah.
No, they don't even want PCs. They don't want any of that shit. They want a fucking phone. They don't want a console game. They don't want to fucking sit in front of a TV, Mayo. Okay.
They want Steam Decks and Switches.
They want an iPad to play on whenever the fuck they want to.
That's a different market, right? Than console gaming. I don't know. What is
what is the different market? What is the like? Is it? I don't know if it is a different market, Gunny. That's who they want to attract, little kids, because that's who brings them
right.
The money in
so
the
would
future.
you say like Microsoft is trying to grow with these different things, putting things on PlayStation, putting things on PC? I don't know. Maybe that's their attempt at growth. You know, maybe a handheld, right? Announcing in June or something. Because I can't see them coming out with a VR headset next year. Or summer this year.
Cloud gaming is
announcing
the future,
anything.
Man. Last piece of news I have for you. I know you're waiting for this, Mayo.
Okay.
Modern Warfare 3. Season 3 is here. It's coming April 3rd, 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time for the West Coast, 12 p.m. for you, Mayo, on the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, listen. Modern Warfare 3 season introduces a number of new maps, modes, and skins and weapons. There are 2 new 6v6 core maps coming at the beginning of Season 3. The 6-star rooftop spa and the emergency medical facility. Grow House is getting a remastered map, and Vondo Zoo's tank map has been repurposed. For the mid-season, expect the new London-based grime map and a repurposed checkpoint military outpost map. That's right, man. New modes are coming in this season as well. Capture the Flag is back, where teams compete to get their opponent's flag. And One in the Chamber, this is where like the one bullet kills you or whatever in the mode. There's also 2 game modes that are mid-season drops, Minefield and Escort, where you will see one team escorting the mall and the other trying to destroy the thing while the other team is escorting it. There are 4 new weapons being added, an SMG, a sniper rifle, a knife, and an assault rifle. There's new skins being added. Snoop Dogg 2 skin. Okay, this is not Snoop Dogg 1. This is Snoop Dogg 2 skin, Mayo.
Not the 2.0 skin, but just 2.
This skin unlocks when you purchase this season's Battle Pass, Mayo. If you want to have the Snoop Dogg skin, you gotta buy the Battle Pass. Okay.
Gotta have that Snoop Dogg.
Where's my Lizzo skin?
The Banshee skin. Yeah, where's my Lizzo skin, bro? I want inclusivity here. The Banshee skin and the Bashir Sherwa skin. I don't know what that is, but it's a skin. And that's what's being added. Bunch of new maps, bunch of new guns, bunch of new modes, whatever. Probably tweaks and balances and things that people hate, because that's just what happens. And yeah, so that's coming April 3rd. In 2 days, right? Wednesday,
Yeah.
I guess.
By the time you hear this, that should be available.
Yeah. And that's all we have for news. Pretty much is what it is at this point. But yeah, really good time in gaming right now. I feel like with Dragon's Dogma 2 came out at a good time.
You've got really that. Did. You've got Ronin. You've got Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
7 Remake Part 2, whatever they're calling that.
Yeah, a lot of fucking games are out right now that are really good.
Yeah.
And what the fuck is the next big game?
Maybe isn't Ninja Theory's game coming out, or not Ninja Theory, but Hellblade 2. And that
should be out soon, right? Unless they
Hellblade 2's coming out?
I'm not gonna say it. I thought it was May. I think it's May.
Yeah, I'll say like 19th? The end of May.
Really? Oh, I don't know. I'm looking at a list here. This is all PlayStation shit, though. Where the fuck is the Xbox? Xbox.
That's what they're saying. I'm kidding.
Yeah, Hellblade is May 21st. House Flipper 2 is coming to the Xbox on April 10th. Yeah, but nothing like significant. All these other games all have like a wait to be announced date. Nintendo gets grounded on April 16th.
Oh, they do. So yeah, that'll be a good get for them for another platform.
PlayStation doesn't have shit either. System Shock is coming out. Is that a remake or is that like a remaster?
I thought it was
a remaster, maybe.
I thought it was a remake.
I don't know.
Yeah, a bunch of shit's coming to the PlayStation in April. Sea of Thieves, Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy, the Rising Tide DLC for Final Fantasy 16, House Flipper 2, Dave the Diverse coming to PlayStation. Multiverses comes out next month, I think, on all platforms, right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe not Nintendo, but definitely Xbox and PlayStation. Yeah, that comes out May 28th. That's that Is it that Nickelodeon fighting game?
Yeah, that's a Nickelodeon game. It's like
SpongeBob
Smash
and shit
Brothers.
fighting
It's like Smash Brothers, yeah.
Hey Arnold and shit.
But
I
isn't
might
that
check it out.
more of a top down kind of thing?
No,
No, it's
I don't
side
know.
scroll. I thought it's just like Smash Brothers.
Okay, I'm thinking of something different.
But
That game
yeah,
was in beta last year.
that's all I have, man. That's all I have for news. There's no more news. I covered
All right.
all the news.
Make sure you get your PlayStation Plus games. I don't know if Mayo, was there anything announced for
Yeah, that's
beginning of April?
the article supposedly it said it was official, but it said
Oof.
what was it? It was Skull the Hero Slayer. I put it in our chat. Give me one more second. I'll pull it back up.
Minecraft Legends,
Yeah, Minecraft Legends, and then that Tales
Immortals,
of the
Immortals
Immortals.
of Avian.
Mortals of Rail. Yeah, that one. But you can always play the demo too, as well. So you don't have to PlayStation Plus or Xbox Game Pass for that. But yeah, as far as Game Pass goes, you are getting. This will be for PC and Xbox. So Ark Survival Ascended, that is a reimagined game. Jesus, it's been reimagined. So I've downloaded it. I'm ready to play it. So I'll make it a point to play that tomorrow instead of firing up Dragon's Dogma 2. And, just checking that out. But a lot of people were heated about that because they're like, it's the same damn game. You're charging me $40 for it.
No, but they really did a bunch of it's a huge update to it. And I know that. What's that other game? That one space game.
Starfield? You mean third party?
No, what's this one? No Man's Sky.
Oh yeah, that's getting a big update too, right? That's
They're getting
crazy.
a huge update. They're getting I think it's called the Orbital update.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I don't know if it's already out or not, but it's a free update, Mayo, which is free with all their other updates they had. But this one actually
a lot.
This one actually is completely revamping all the space stations. So they're saying that the space stations now actually have they're all unique, and when you go into them, they'll have shops and equipment, and there'll be people walking around them, and you can buy special shit for your ships, and they've even added to the shipbuilding. They added new ship modules, and they said that you'll have a reputation discount with certain alien races. So you could go to this guy and you can pick a faction and you could do missions for the factions. And based on the ranking on each faction, when you stop at a space station, if that faction owns that space station, you can get a discount on the gear that they sell at these space stations or whatever. And they're also revamping the trading in the economy system. So you can if there's a certain item being really they'll have it to where a certain material might be really wanted in a certain sector or a certain galaxy or whatever, and you have a lot of it, you can fucking fly to that galaxy and sell off all your shit at a really high price because of
that's
surge.
cool. I like games like that when they do that.
Yeah, so they're adding and there's a free update, dude. Like it's really cool. I saw the trailer for it. I'm like, that's a really cool looking update. Even the outside of the space stations look different now. They'll have customized outside of the space station. It'll look all different and shit based on what faction owns it or whatever. And they have fleet missions now too, where you can have a whole fleet of ships that work for you, right? So you can have multiple ships in your fleet. Big ones, little ones, destroyers, big starship destroyers, little fighters, and they'll be your fleet, and your fleet will just be floating around the galaxy doing their own thing, and they'll have fleet missions that they're doing. But sometimes, say they're out going to a mission and they get attacked, you'll get a notification on your ship, hey, your fleet's under attack by so and so. You can fucking warp to that fleet location and you can join the dogfight and help defend your fleet, dude. like all kinds of crazy shit. Like this game is like what Starfield should be.
Yeah, this is like what 3 years old now, 4 years old.
Dude,
it's
no
probably longer than
man,
that, Gunny.
No Man's Sky is like 10 years old, isn't it?
Yeah, it's old.
It's old, but it's like constantly getting free updates, dude.
Yeah,
And the
it has
crazy thing
changed a
is,
lot since it.
and the crazy thing is, all the updates have been free. They haven't charged for an update since the game came out. And it's like completely revamped, like Mayo said. It's like from launch to now, dude, this is not the same fucking
Yeah, if you
game.
watch trailers now, you wouldn't even recognize it if you compared to the trailer back in the day. The stuff that they've added and stuff.
It is crazy to me. Like I was saying, like they got a trade system, they got a fleet system, they got space station system, they got fucking all kinds of shit. And I think you could even have like a companion with you now. Like they said, like there's like a character you can like make like a little fucking person thing or whatever. They run around with you, and they do shit for you. Like when you're on the planet, they like help you do whatever you're doing. Fucking nuts.
It's awesome. All right, guys, go find your other Game Pass game. Diablo 4 is now available on Game Pass, PC and Xbox. Over on the Epic Store, get a game called Islets, Islets. It's a Metroidvania game. And on Thursday, I'm not going to wait until next week, but you can get the Outer Worlds Spacer's Choice Edition. That's a great game. That's a game I'd like to finish, Jesus. The Outer Worlds.
That's one. You know that game has the option of you could just be the bad guy in that game.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. I went the nice guy route.
Like no, legit. Like that's one of the only games that I remember where like you could just legit join the bad people. Like the game doesn't give a fuck. The game's like, yeah, you just totally want to help. Like it's like it would be like Starfield, Mayo. If you're playing Starfield and like the game just lets you be like the bad guy in Starfield. It's like no, fuck the Constellation people. You could totally betray them if you want to. Just like be a bad guy. This game legit lets you do it. It doesn't give a fuck. Like the mission says, help rescue this guy, and you could just be like, no, fuck that guy. I'm gonna let him die. The game lets you do it. It's like, okay, the guy died. Now you gotta like go and report that the guy died and see what happens. And then by the end of the game, you could totally be like the complete bad guy. You could be like the guy the people that you set off to destroy, you become the leader of them.
Yeah. I remember there's something like in the first town, there's like you could do something. I can't remember what it was. It was like you could kill somebody in particular, or you could help, and it changed the whole outlook of the whole town.
It's one of the first missions where like there's a chick that you have to go find, and she betrayed like the Federation or whoever the fuck, and they tell you go find her. And then you go down there to find her in the sewers, and she's hiding from the people, right? And she's like, "Oh, are you here to help me?" And you could totally be like, "Yeah, I'm here to help you. Like, let's go. I'm gonna take you out, and we're gonna sneak you out." Or you could just be like, "No, motherfucker, I'm here to kill you and collect the bounty on your head." You just fucking kill her, and then you go to the back to the guy, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I found her, and I killed her." And they're like, "Oh, okay, good job. Here's your bounty for killing her. Good job."
Or you can just deceive her, or one of the options was basically betray her. And then I think when you go back and talk to the mayor, you can say you killed her or didn't kill her, but it doesn't matter what you did, right? It depends on what you tell him, or you can kill him. Like I love all the options in the game.
That game is nuts. That game has
either way you finish the mission.
Like yeah, the game is fucking cool, man. Like I like games like that where like they just let you do whatever the fuck you want. Kind of like one cool thing about Dragon's Dogma is like it really has almost that same feel too, where like
you pick up
a lot of shit could happen, dude. Like you just kill someone like randomly, you know,
right? You can hire them, hire different shipmates. But guys, I'm gonna cut out myself because it's getting late for me. Go find me on Xbox, Steam, Epic, all that stuff. Over on Gamertag, Gunny Chief, and sometimes on the PlayStation, I'm HGP_Gunny.
All right.
Peace out, everyone. Bye.
Bye, Gunny. Where can we find you, man?
You can find me everywhere as the Mayo, mainly on Discord, PS5, Xbox. Playing some Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah, still on the PS5. Picked up a couple of new Steam games tonight, so
You did?
maybe up. I picked up a Baltro, that poker kind of like card game, roguelike.
Yeah.
You ever seen that game, Jesus?
I think so, yeah.
Looks really good. And then I picked up another one that was really cheap on sale right now. It's some kind of top-down like chaos type game. It was called Is it Maniac? I'm trying to read the font on the game. Yeah, Maniac. It's like a $5 game on Steam right now. It's like a top-down where you just kind of create chaos. So I'll be on Steam probably playing that and checking that out. But on the PS5 playing some of those games on there as well. Some more seafood as well.
Nice.
How you, Gunny? Or Jesus?
I'll be playing some more Helldivers. I'll be playing some more of the Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm gonna go back to Ronin. I need to get back to that too. I'm gonna go back to that and play some of that as well. But yeah, that's what I'll be playing. Find me on everything as Jesus Buckslot. I'll be on the PlayStation mostly, but you can find me also on the Steam machine playing Helldivers, quite a bit of Helldivers. And I'll probably will be playing Call of Duty because I want to see the new maps. I don't know if I'm going to buy the season. I probably will. But yeah, that's what I'll be playing. All right, with that being said, we'll catch you on the next edition of the Horrible Gamers Podcast. We hopefully can make it more inclusive for you guys. Maybe we'll add different languages to it to make it more inclusive. We'll have Gunny learn Mandarin so
More
we can
fluently, right?
Yeah, and then we'll have him learn more Hindu so you can do it in Hindu. And then Mayo, you're gonna have to learn the second language, bro. I don't know, man. You have to pick something, dude. I don't know, man. And then I'm gonna have to start doing it in Spanish and English. So then we're more inclusive.
I'm gonna learn Canadian.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, eh?
Oh, sorry, eh? Anyways, peace out, Brussels sprouts. We'll catch you on the next edition of the Horrible Gamers Podcast. We're fucking out of here. Bye. Have a good night. Have a good day. Have a day at work. Share with your friends. Bye.